It's not that I don't have any personal connection to the Doors. I don't have a personal connection to the Doors. HP, who was waxing rhapsodically up until the moment I hit the record button and now isn't saying anything.
It doesn't make me a bad guy. You know, this was.
I don't think I said that you were a bad guy. Holy
you
shit!
Implied it.
What the fuck?
you implied it, but no,
you implied it. We've got real problems here at the Culture Cast, and HP is one of them.
I'm about to flip over this desk. What are you talking about?
God. Good God. Yeah, on this episode of the Culture Cast, I am still your host, much to the chagrin of at least two people out there. Chris Dasher, the host of the Culture Cast, and I'm joined by my good friends all the way from Midnight Viewing. He programmed this month, Father Malone.
Father Patrick Malone, born 4/22/73, podcaster, host.
Also joining us, speaking of podcaster and a host, all the way from Night, Mr. Walters, a podcast whose name starts with an apostrophe, your friend and mine, HP.
Pretty neat, pretty good. Pretty good. Very happy to be here, Chris. Good to see you. And yourself, Father Malone.
I feel like HP is the Ray Manzarek of the group. He's just happy to be here.
Oh, yeah.
I'm thrilled. This is going to be fun.
I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to play the keyboard. Leave me alone. I want to sit in the corner and do my thing. The Ray Manzarek story. Yes, on this episode of the Culture Cast, we are bringing the month of September to a close with a look at a little film from the one and only director of many things, Oliver Stone. We're talking about 1991's biopic. Father Malone wanted it to be biopic month, I guess. We're talking about sort of. I mean, just a little. He just wanted to throw a little bit of that in there. Talking about 1991's Oliver Stone directed, Randall Johnson written, who we will be speaking with at the end of the episode. Based on the life of, well, supposedly the band The Doors, but more, I think importantly, the life of Mr. Jim Morrison. Talking about 1991's The Doors.
There are things known and things unknown. And in between are The Doors, an Oliver Stone film.
Love it when you sing.
The Doors, rated R. See it March 1st at theaters everywhere.
The film is directed by Oliver Stone, written by Oliver Stone and J. Randall Johnson. Stars the aforementioned Val Kilmer as Jim Morrison, Meg Ryan as Jim Morrison's girlfriend, who is
Pamela Courson.
She is in the movie.
Yes, she's one of the characters that occupy the same space as Jim Morrison. Just like every other character you're about to name, yeah.
Yeah, correct.
She's incidental as everybody else. Go ahead.
She really is as incidental as everybody else is kind of what it feels like. Meg Ryan, Kevin Dillon, Kyle MacLachlan, Frank Whaley, Michael Madsen, Billy Idol, Catherine Quinlan. But yeah, most importantly, the film stars Val Kilmer as the Lizard King himself, Jim Morrison. So I'm going to kick it to you first, Father Malone. Why did you pick the movie about Jim Morrison, directed by Oliver Stone?
You hadn't seen it. That's the other component of this month. These are movies that I was kind of shocked you hadn't seen. And this movie is such a spectacle and such an egregious example of excess, both behind the camera and in front of the camera. It is everything I love about a musical biopic, simultaneously everything I hate about a musical biopic. And I want to say, before I start decimating this movie, that I unabashedly love it, and that all of the faults I'm going to enumerate does not in any way diminish my enjoyment of the movie every time I watch it. It is gorgeous to behold. 100%. I think all the performances are super strong. I think the photography is gorgeous. I think it is it's a movie. It's one of the movies I wouldn't mind living in.
But you, Mr. HP, it's been a minute since, like you mentioned, it's been a minute since you joined the Culture Cast. So here you are now. You were, while Father Malone picked this episode, you were also summarily picked to be here. So why, oh why, Mr. HP, were you picked specifically to watch The Doors?
Sure. So unlike in your intro, I have a long history, or longish history, with the Doors music. I had two older brothers. My oldest brother used to play the best of the Doors all the time, and I used to. There was something a little bit kind of dangerous about their music, but I didn't really reconnect with it until high school. So this movie hit at really the perfect time for me. It was senior year of high school for me. And I was so excited that to hear that this was going to be made, and this was going to be made with Val Kilmer, and all the trailers and everything looked amazing. So of course we all rushed out when it opened and saw it. Now this is a movie. I agree with everything that Father Malone said about this movie, but I will say for me, I'm so thankful that I got to see this movie in the theater, because it is a spectacle, as Father Malone said, that the concert scenes, and we'll get into this a little bit, but the concert scenes for me are so tremendous and have such impact. And they're filmed, they're photographed in such an immediate and impactful way. It was really, it was an incredible experience to see at 17, 18 years old. Now, having said that, as I said earlier before we started recording, watching this movie at my age now, as opposed to that high school kid, was a very, very different experience. And I'm looking forward to getting into it with both of you guys.
Oh boy.
Speechless.
I think my issue is kind of a different one. So Oliver Stone, director, I haven't seen a lot of his works. Actually go as far as to say that Oliver Stone is a director whose works I am not familiar with. I think the only thing I've seen of his that jumps out at me immediately is a movie that I do immensely enjoy. Speaking of a movie I haven't seen in a very long time, and I wonder if I would even like it if I watched it now, was 1987's Wall Street, which I believe, looking at his filmography, other than this. So because I have not seen Platoon, and I have not seen Born on the 4th of July, or JFK for that matter.
Did you never see Natural Born Killers?
Nope.
Platoon?
Nope.
Talk Radio?
Nope.
Oof.
Literally, I have seen Wall Street, and that is it. This is the second Oliver Stone movie I've ever seen. Now the look on your face, Father Malone, is, fuck.
I guess I should have done an Oliver Stone month. Jesus.
Well, he's not a director whose works, for the most part, are interesting to me.
Have you seen Conan the Barbarian?
Yeah, but he didn't direct that. He just wrote it.
He did write it, though.
Yeah. He also wrote
Midnight Express.
Yeah, but what's the other?
Salvador.
Yeah, I know. I'm it's not those. I can't think of it though. I mean, the thing that I've wanted to watch forever and I've never gotten around to seeing is JFK. And look, unlike HP, I have heard all of like Four Doors songs, and the ones that I have heard for the most part, I wouldn't say jump out at me as like, oh, I want to hear Light My Fire again, because it's like an 8-minute song and he says the same thing over and over again. I played it a lot in Rock Band. So that would be, again, like, I mean, like, these are the points of experience that I have with the Doors. I am not someone who has really any experience with anything the Doors other than Jim Morrison, Lizard King, Guy died in Paris at age 27, and apparently was what one might consider to be the stereotypical version of whatever it is he was trying to do, be a frontman for a rock group. He is like he is the stereotype of a certain kind of frontman, right? Like, he is the kind of frontman that your mother warned you about in a lot of ways. Like that old phrase, like, this is why you don't let your kids grow up to be rock stars, is because Jim Morrison is what could happen. I'm not saying that in a bad way. Like, he was clearly a weird cat who had a lot of tendencies that I think I resonate with, as I'm sure the two of you do. But at the same time, like, bro, you were a lot. Like, you were so much. Like, geez, I thought being me was pretty miserable and pretty hard to deal with, but I can't imagine walking around being Jim Morrison, because
I can't imagine walking around being this Jim Morrison in the movie.
Well,
certainly. That's
the other thing, right? Because I sat and did the research, and I watched a couple Doors documentaries before we were sitting down to do this. While I get the sense that Jim Morrison was a lot, like, this is probably, I mean, dramatized for entertainment effect, I think might be, what do they say? That's being diplomatic. I mean, he's a menace in this movie, like an actual human cyclone of like problems and emotional turmoil that he's constantly putting everybody in the movies. I'm not saying the real person wasn't like that, but the way the people were talking about him in the documentary wasn't like he was a complete fucking Fruit Loop. That's my point. And the movie makes him out to be like totally on the other side of the Fruit Loop, like Rainbow. So
because
you know.
that's what Oliver Stone bought into, is the myth, the mythology of Jim Morrison. That's what you get. I mean, that's what this movie is. As you said before, like, this movie should not have been called The Doors. This movie should have just been called Jim Morrison or Dance on Fire or
the Lizard
something.
King.
Mojo Rising.
Mr. Mojo Rising, right? But
what about just the Lizard King?
Would have been
could
fine.
have been. I mean, but that's what you get with Oliver Stone in this. That's kind of why he was both the most perfect and the least perfect choice to make this movie, because I mean, he had been interviewed at the time. He was in Vietnam. He was an infantryman, and that's where, at least the legend goes, that's when he heard the Doors music for the first time and he, quote, fell in love with it. So what you're getting with him co-writing,
he wrote a screenplay. Yeah, and well, I don't think he handed it to him or anything, but he sent it to Jim. He wrote a script for Jim Morrison to star in, and then sent it to him for consideration.
yeah, which is ballsy, but it's totally, when you know enough about Oliver Stone, that's completely within his character to do something like that. But
yes,
again,
yes, it is. He what's the term? Likes the way his own fart smell.
Is that the term?
That's the term I would use for Oliver Stone, at least best I can tell. I mean, look, that's the thing I don't have a very not informed opinion about, but Oliver Stone as the person is probably the reason I've never watched Oliver Stone's movies, is because
That's
Oliver Stone as a
totally
person
valid.
just seems like he seems kind of like the character he's portraying Jim Morrison to be in the movie, which is like,
Exactly.
dude, you're like a fucking drag on everybody. You know that, right?
100% projection. Oliver Stone, I'm going to say this before I say the next thing. I love Oliver Stone. I think he's a hero. Okay. And I think he's a hell of a filmmaker. But he also seems like a cocksucker who you wouldn't want to be in the same room with. Whenever I think of Oliver Stone, I think of Eric Bogosian, who starred in Talk Radio, which Oliver Stone directed. And Bogosian was telling a story like it was before they were just working on the script, or really he was working on the script for Talk Radio. And he and Oliver Stone were like drove out into the desert, and he said like, and he pulled over, but like they were on their way somewhere and they had their wives with them and stuff. And so they pull over in the middle of nowhere, and Stone's like, okay, women will wait here and you and I will go off into the desert. This is not a fake story. He goes and brings Bogosian out into the middle of nowhere and then sits down and doesn't say anything. And Bogosian's like, so I get the idea that this is a test for whoever speaks first loses. So I just don't say anything. And after like literally 20 minutes, Stone's like, okay. And then they got up and went back to the van. Like that kind of faux spirituality, the complete narcissism, the sort of leaning toward excess while clucking his tongue at everyone else is all part and parcel with Oliver Stone as a human being. Nevertheless, I think he's done some really great work and important work in the industry.
Oliver Stone's history lesson, or whatever the fuck that shit was called. Do you remember that like TV show that he hosted for a while, where it was like Oliver Stone's history? And it was like the Untold History, hosted by Oliver Stone. And it's like, I think for me, Oliver Stone is the guy that I confuse with Francis Ford Coppola. Is probably what it boils down to. Does that make sense?
That's fairly apt. I mean, when this was made, though, this was before JFK. I think it was right after Born on the 4th of July. So he wasn't known as the sort of conspiracy theorist, sort of whack job that I think he's considered nowadays.
You said it now. You said it, baby.
But back then he was just a really good filmmaker who was on a tremendous roll of movies. And this was just another movie in his canon. JFK was really where things sort of turned for him. I think we can agree. But in this was really just the culmination of obviously something that he wanted very badly, which was to make a movie that mythologized one of his musical heroes. And on that basis alone, I think the movie is a success. There's all sorts of baggage that goes along with that. But for the most part, like I said, he was a very appropriate filmmaker to make this movie. And he's a great filmmaker, to Father Malone's point.
The movie that I was thinking of, Father Malone, earlier, that we almost watched this year was Scarface that he wrote.
Oh yeah, of course, my God.
Right.
Yeah.
Which
By
we almost
Brian De Palma.
watched. Like, yeah. So we almost watched that earlier this year. I think I don't remember what I ended up programming instead, but that would be the other Oliver Stone thing I have seen.
That's a big one.
Yeah. I think in terms of, to get past the Oliver Stone of it all and move on further into the movie, at least the discussion of it, I think for me, what Oliver Stone brings to this project is the wrong thing, which is his own bullshit gets in the way of the project. And I'm not saying that I'm not bemoaning it as a bad thing. I think I'm more just pointing it out as a reality. And I think we all agree, like, Oliver Stone is not the right person to make this movie because Oliver Stone is not the right person to make a movie about something that he is imminently motivated about. Because if he is motivated about it, there may or may not be a lot of validity to what's going on or a lot of factual narratives being constructed. It's based on a true story. Yeah, the word based on here is being used very, very diplomatic, like very just willy-nilly. And I think that for me, doing the research, at least just the basics about The Doors, seeing that Oliver Stone kind of made this more about what it strikes me as, it's like I made a movie about my interpretations of someone else's. It's like Oliver Stone made a movie about his interpretation of Jim Morrison's life, which is fine, but it should have been a movie about Jim Morrison then, not about The Doors, because I think as much as I like Val Kilmer as Jim Morrison, which obviously is the best part of the movie, there's so much left on the table that is so much not better, but I think cumulatively could have added to the success of the movie if they had given it more time. Because there's Kyle MacLachlan, there's Frank Whaley in this movie, and they're just kind of there. Like, they're really just there. After a while, everybody is just there other than Jim Morrison, like we've already alluded. And that's a shame. That's the biggest shame, because Val Kilmer's great, but so is everybody else. And for, again, a movie called The Doors, you did cast everybody in The Doors. You just didn't give them anything to do. They're kind of just stepping stones in Jim Morrison's story, which is fine, but then make it the Jim Morrison story.
Well, I think he did make the Jim Morrison story. And the shame of it is, like, everyone knows the Bechdel test now to see how good a movie is as far as its treatment of women. Like, is there more than one female character? Do they have a conversation that does not involve a man?
No.
Right. And in this case, the question is, are there any other characters who have a conversation that does not involve their adoration of Jim Morrison?
Right. And how much he's amazing and how great he is and how much of a genius he was. And like,
at one point in this movie, Oliver Stone superimposes a statue of Dionysus's head over Val Kilmer. This movie is not, let's say, subtle. And here's the thing. This is Oliver Stone. He is on a string of hits here. Platoon and Wall Street are fucking massive successes. He's seen as a very serious filmmaker, and he's in his early 40s. During the 60s, during the time period he's chronically in this film, he's in the jungles of Vietnam. What he wishes was he was here on Haight-Ashbury or at the factory in New York or any of these places. So now here's I guess it's TriStar made this movie, giving him the money to just go recreate it. And go recreated it in the most fantasy way possible, because anyone who's probably there would tell you it didn't look this way. It didn't look this beautiful. But nevertheless, this is just a big excuse for him to do that. I do agree with you that it should have just been called, J. Randall Johnson's original screenplay, I believe, was called Riders on the Storm, because he knew no matter how much he wanted to focus on The Doors, it's going to be the Jim Morrison story. You can't make a movie about Queen realistically. It's the fucking Freddie Mercury story.
Hey, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So that's what's funny, and let's talk about that for a moment, because again, the Oliver Stone of it all we've kind of already addressed, but the Jim Morrison and nobody else of it all, they've not made anything else Doors since, right? Like, this is kind of it. Like, this is singularly the only Doors thing that we've ever gotten about the band. And
a fictional. I mean, there's been a ton of documentaries. Manzarek has directed a bunch of them.
Watch some of them even. Like, they're
like
great.
A fictionalized. Yeah, there's never been another fictionalized take on the Doors / Jim Morrison story. Yeah.
What about that one conspiracy movie about like Jimi Hendrix?
Beyond the Doors.
Yeah.
But that predates this, though.
That's true. But that was another fictional portrayal of Jim Morrison.
Oh, was it ever fictional?
One, so that for me is the question then, right? Like if Oliver Stone is doing this and choosing to make this more about Jim Morrison than it is about the Doors, what would motivate you to make a movie about someone and neglect the entire band and call it's just kind of weird to me. I mean, it's a shame because like so many other things, I mean, if I think about it with a band that I know more about than the Doors, right? So the Beatles, it's like making a movie about the Beatles and it only being about Paul McCartney or John Lennon and like, sidelining the rest of the band when we know that they all have personalities like Robbie Krieger, Ray Manzarek, John Dunsmore, like all of these are clearly real people. I've seen them talking in documentaries. They seem like fully formed, rational human beings. And for them to be boiled down to a series of lines to ferry Jim Morrison through his journey, while if I were them, I wouldn't be disappointed because I'm assuming they were, at best I can tell, they were at least somewhat involved in the project. Maybe not as much as they would like to be, or maybe
not Ray though.
Right, not Ray Manzarek, which is clear by the way his character is treated in the movie. But
yeah.
I
fuck you, Ray.
Fuck you, Ray.
It's just such a shame because there's like, in a lot of ways, Val Kilmer's performance is great, but we never get to see enough of anybody else to really get the sense that, I mean, I know that everybody else is great actors because I've seen them in plenty of other things Kyle MacLachlan's one of my favorite actors, period. And he's fantastic in this movie. And like the 10 lines that he has is what it feels
like. He gets the most screen time. He gets the most interaction with Jim. And what's the unfortunate thing is Ray Manzarek is a gigantic blowhard. We all know that. He's the one been crowing about Jim Morrison ever since the Doors folded. But and was a pain in the ass to everyone who tried to make a movie that wasn't him about the Doors, right? So evidently was fine with Randall Johnson when he was interviewed for the screenplay and everything, but immediately was an asshole when he got on the set. But so that means that no one is going to focus on him when they write that screenplay or make that movie because can be a jackass in real life. Unfortunately, that story, that friendship, those two guys should have been the thrust of the movie.
Yeah, and Ray has an actually interesting backstory. He played music since he was a kid. He was enlisted in the Army. Not to mention, obviously, his friendship with Jim, but he did have I don't know as much about the backstory of John and Robbie, but certainly Ray, I know a fair bit about. And there's a story to be told there, at least part of a larger story to be told. And because he obviously burned some bridges along the way, he wasn't a part of that, and that's a shame. It's just another. It's just a bummer because that just further shifts the spotlight back onto Jim, and that's what we get. But it's just, I don't know. It's a shame because there are stories. I'm sure John and Robbie have their own stories to tell, but we don't get that here.
And what's funny is because, again, to speak to the Ray Manzarek of it all, right? So, again, we all know, and they've essentially alluded to it and or outright said it in interviews, like, when the lead singer of your band died and your lead singer is the Jim Morrison type, you're fucked. Like, you're so fucked. You're, like, fucked beyond. If you're not him and you're still left, it's Nirvana. That's all this is. It's just this like it's like or I guess a band that I'm eminently more familiar with is Sublime when Bradley Nowell died. Like what do you do? Like he's a singular talent. He's the front man of the band. He has a unique voice that is bringing people in to hear your music, and his style of writing is so unique that there's nobody else that can really write his music for him. And now he's fucking dead. What do the other members who aren't Jim Morrison or X, Y, and Z lead singer do? Well, to your point, Father Malone, they attempt to hold on to any vestige of how important their moment is in the story, right? Like you said with Ray Manzarek, I mean, guy burned a lot of bridges, but I think he also knew his worth and his value, at least. Which is a good thing.
Having said that, like, I'm not saying that like Ray was just the guy who kept talking about the Doors.
No, I know he's not.
He was a phenomenal producer, and he had a very great career. Like after the Doors, it's like
he's one of the best keyboardists of all time.
Yeah.
Period.
And And when I say he's an asshole and a blowhard and everything, I say that all with genuine love. Like, I love Ray Manzarek. And I'm serious when I say, particularly when you cast Kyle MacLachlan as Manzarek and you've got Val Kilmer as Morrison, that's why I say, like, it should have been at least more focused. They should have had at least a couple of more scenes together, you know? Like, as
the initial members of the band, the 4 members of the band should have. That was what the movie was missing a lot of.
And what we get instead is act 1 is all of the band members just propping him up, and then act 2 them becoming an obstacle, and then them becoming an active obstacle in the third act. That's what everyone exists in this movie to do.
Placate the will of the Lizard King, because man, speaking of thankless roles in this movie, Meg Ryan, wow,
Miscast,
like, beyond miscast. Like the character that she's playing, Pamela Corson, who would pass away 3 years after Jim Morrison did, like she's right there with him in a lot of ways. Like, best I can tell, at least from the research that I did, you could not get a sense of that from the movie. The movie is just like she was just so put upon. She was such a put upon lady. Poor her. And it's like, I think she knew what she was getting herself into the moment she started hanging out with a guy who, by the movie's narrative, just showed up and followed her and was like, I'm in love with you. Like, you knew what you were getting yourself into. If that's not the way the story happened, and again, half truths, half lies, a little bit of both. But again, like in this version of the movie, completely miscast. Like not even a character, not even a real person, just another kind of like facet of the Jim Morrison story that has to be handled because he did have a partner who he fucked around on constantly. Again, just further feeding into the narrative of the lead singer of a rock band up to no good, right?
Well, creating that mythos.
Right. I mean, yeah, that's like I'm saying. Like I don't know how much of how much of this is real, how much of this is fake is kind of unimportant at this point. Like, this is the narrative that most people believe. What this movie reminded me of, and this is the point that I wanted to make, and I think it's apropos that it's the three of us talking. This is like if Oliver Stone made fucking Forrest Gump. That's what this is. This movie reminds me so much of Forrest Gump. Like, and like, because again, like we're seeing,
it does have that early '90s glow that, you know, particularly with period pieces that were filmed around this time. They all kind of have that look, don't they?
Yeah, they got that look. You know, they got that look. They do. And this movie's one of them. And like when I was watching this movie, all I could think to myself is like, man, Oliver Stone thinks Jim Morrison is like an American cultural icon, which I'm not saying he's not, but like of the kind that is put on top of the mountaintop. I'm not saying he's not, but like for Oliver Stone, this is clear. And the way he treats this story, the reverence that he has for Jim Morrison, like the way that a lot of those performances are filmed, they're like, you know, religious experiences. He's a fucking pastor. He's a preacher. He's a holy man.
Shaman.
Right?
He's a shaman.
Right.
Yes. Jim Morrison was a very complicated man.
Well, and that's Ray traded in that mythology himself. I mean, you couldn't look at an interview with him if he didn't mention Ray was like, you know, a shaman dancing, and he was Dionysus and blah blah blah. But that's Ray protecting his legacy, the Doors' legacy. Because,
Can we talk about the mysticism in the movie for a moment?
You want to talk about it every time we see a lizard, that the lizard whispers the word Morrison? Did everybody notice that?
Oh, yeah.
What about the Native American from the episode Anasazi of the X-Files, who just has on the fever dream with him on his what the fuck is it? What does Homer go on in The Simpsons? I forget what the name of it is in that episode.
Yeah, with Johnny Cash.
As a walkabout, essentially. Like that, yeah. Like there's some of that here where it's just like white man mysticism. Chris Carter was trafficking in this in the 90s in the X-Files. Okay, white man.
It's so fucking funny to me. Like that. Like this is weirdly Oliver Stone's Achilles heel, because this is not the only movie where he sort of trades in Native American spiritualism as the way you would treat like the Mystic East back in the 1940s.
The Orient.
Yeah,
this
and it's
is
like
bucks from the Orient. Like, yeah,
right.
Much.
And thinking in doing it like no. I'm saying I'm interested in that stuff. Like it.
This genuinely is curious to me.
It's like, yeah, but you're fetishizing it. It's just as bad as having, you know, the bucktooth savages fucking, you know, scalping people, you know, making them into this sort of mystical thing just to inspire this white kid from fucking Florida.
Morrison served that up to him on a platter, though. I mean, that's his poems and his prose are filled. That was his thing. He that was the legend that, you know, that bit at the beginning with the Native Americans that have in the car accident. He didn't invent that. That's Morrison described that himself. That came from his own words.
Morrison didn't invent it, but Morrison gave that moment in his life a lot of importance. And and I mean, like, again, like, here's the other thing, and this is something I have personally been thinking about a lot in the last couple months, given my own life and the things that have been going on. So much of this movie is a mythologizing of things that are just like, why we're mythologizing this to give this meaning. But like, so much of this is just, he was a guy who was troubled, dealing with shit, looking for escapes any way he could, and those escapes helped him be creative as well. So after a while, he started just crutching on the things that made him feel good, which is alcohol and drugs. Okay, there doesn't have to be anything metaphysical about that. Frankly, a lot of that has nothing to do with metaphysics at all. That just has to do with people struggling through life and looking for ways to ease the pain, as it were. And instead, it's like, nah, he's a mystical shaman of the Native American variety, and the Native American spirits were in his body after he saw them when he was a child. Like, that's what he said. Like, okay, like, again, like, it feeds into this idea that Jim Morrison was more than a man. He wasn't. Yeah. He was just a fucking dude who made music. But like, but look, the story is so good. Are you going to tell it any other way? Fuck no. You'd be stupid not to tell it this way, right? Like, in a lot of ways. Like, you would be stupid to inflate the narrative even more. As someone who's Oliver Stone, he's not going to puncture holes in his narrative. He's going to inflate it with more hot air, especially coming from King Hot Air himself. What's
sort of funny is if Morrison was around today, or you tried to make this movie today, the cries of cultural appropriation would be deafening. You could not have a character like Morrison claim that the spirit of a Native American was inside of his soul and
I'm
have
like
a
sponge, man.
No,
soaked it up.
You could have the fucking opening sequence because it really happened. He has that poem. You can fucking portray it as much as you want. But what you can't have is Big Chief Moonlight Drive showing up every fucking 10 minutes, every time like something goes wrong in Morrison's life. Nor, I mean, look, if you want to portray death, which he does, the bald dude who gets closer and closer to Morrison, like in every fucking scene in the movie, like that's fine. Like, you know, that's at least a bit of subtlety, and it isn't like some guy in a headdress, like, you know, whooping it up.
Did you know that Jim Morrison died at age 27?
I did.
Yep.
Okay. Did you know how important that is to the mystical aura of Jim Morrison? Because the movie would have you know it is. Yeah. I understand having heroes. I understand hero worship. I understand modern day mythology and creating a mythos around someone because, again, like in a lot of ways, it's easier to create a mythos around someone than to face the cold, hard reality of what the fuck was actually going on, which is Jim Morrison is just a dude like any one of us who spoke a good game, and he happened to speak a good game at the right time and the right people listen. And he did it through music. And he was doing it at a time where, I'm not saying other people weren't doing it in music, but like everybody was kind of doing that in the 60s in the music. Like that's what everybody was, like you already alluded to, Father Malone, like this was going on in some of the culture, like the countercultural centers of this country. Jim Morrison was just feeding into it. He was tapping into it. He didn't create any of this. If anything, he's just a guy who saw what was happening and said, I can get down with this if I'm not already down with it. Like, and that's the thing. Like, again, the other thing about Jim Morrison that we've already kind of talked about, but I do want to talk about a little bit more is the writing and the music, because pretty much all the Doors music is written by them, the band, but there's a lot of it that is just them covering other people's music too, which some people would kind of denounce and decry as like, you know, not anything of value, but so much of what the Doors do.
Which songs of the Doors were covers?
Whiskey Alabama song.
And the Alabama
they did Backdoor
song.
Man.
Yeah.
They did a Crawling King Snake by John Lee Hooker.
Yeah, but which songs are they famous for that are covers? Like, you know,
isn't the Alabama song a famous song that they're known for?
Yeah, but that wasn't that. I don't think that song was very popular of theirs. Like when you talk the Doors, it's all Light My Fire and The End and I mean, I think of fucking Peace Frog before I think of any of those tunes.
I mean, I think of Peace Frog just because the name is great and it makes me think of a frog throwing up the peace sign.
But the guitar lick on it is really great.
No,
too.
that's the thing. I was going to say, like, there are some Doors songs that are just them synthesizing other people's music, but I think who they are as a band is so unique. I mean, you've already talked about the Ray Manzarek and well, like they didn't have a bass player.
Well, that's not exactly true. So it live, Ray played this like bass thing. It was like a keyboard,
Right,
but on the albums,
thing.
it's like a little keyboard, but it's all just it's an
Right.
early sort of bass synth. But on their albums, basically from no pun intended, from Strange Days on, they routinely had a bass player. If you listen to those songs, especially, they didn't record his keyboard bass much after the first album. So that's kind of a misconception. Live, certainly, they always had Ray playing the bass on it with his left hand, which is, again, one of the cool things about Ray that's so unique about him and his approach to music. I'm not suggesting that most people would get a kick out of understanding how cool that is, but there is a story behind that. He learned piano at a young age. He was fascinated by stride piano, and that's where he learned that technique of this hypnotic bass line that he could do with his left hand. That's cool. I want to know about that. That's another thing that makes the Doors unique. But one thing I wanted to double back on a little bit as you were talking about the Doors songs, another thing that they touch on a little bit in the movie, but I wish they did a little bit more, is that the fact that a lot of their big hits weren't even written by Morrison. They were written by Robbie Krieger. Light My Fire, Touch Me, those are both Robbie Krieger songs. They alight on it a little bit when they're kind of workshopping Light My Fire, because I think he says, it had to be about fire to compete with your songs, Jim. But that's kind of a cool detail. That's something that not a lot of people know about. And I think Robbie deserves a ton of credit for that. But again, this movie has no time for any of the other members of the band but Jim, no matter what the facts tell you about it.
Well, speaking of the facts, like in that scene, like they're complaining to Morrison about his stuff being too dark, and his response is, "You write one, man," right? And now that exchange evidently actually happened, but it was Morrison pleading, like, "Please, would somebody else write a song? I'm drowning. I've written the whole fucking first album. Could somebody give me a hand?" Like, there was no interaction like that in the movie. There's no human interaction at all. See, my problem with the movie ultimately, and where it falls down to me, it feels like you're watching King of Kings, where instead of writing dialogue for Jesus of Nazareth, they just have him speaking every bullshit line from the Bible. I shouldn't have said bullshit Bible at the same time. And you know what I mean?
I like the alliteration myself.
Okay. So, but you know what I mean? It's like Jesus walking around.
Yes, everything that he says is so fucking important. Like,
right. So
we wait on every one of Jim Morrison's fucking words. Like,
and it's all lyrics. It's like it's his poetry and his lyrics. Like, he doesn't have one conversation with anyone in this movie. He just spouts like nonsense and lyrics. It's very unusual.
John,
that's what drove
we could go down to the octopus's garden, John, and that's how we wrote the song. The octopus's garden, John. Like, okay.
That drove me nuts about this too. Upon rewatching it after all these years, Father Malone, is as a teen watching this movie, that kind of stuff I loved, because I had I adored the Doors music, and it was almost like little Easter eggs at the time that I thought Oliver Stone was dropping in, where he's not speaking in dialogue, he's speaking in lyrics, like you said.
Far out.
But watching it now, it was annoying to me, because it's almost like a shortcut to thinking in this movie, where you can, instead of trying to go back to the actual thoughts and emotions and feelings that were happening in the scene, he's just going through a database of Doors lyrics and picking out ones that seemed appropriate for that scene. So Jim is just speaking in Jim speak. He's not speaking, he's speaking in lyrics. And that, I thought that was just really, it felt lazy to me watching it now.
So here's the other thing for me in all of this. And Father Malone, you've alluded to the, like, oh, it's just like there's nothing going on thing. Like he's just proselytizing his bullshit. I mentioned the no bass thing, and you kind of went on to correct me a little bit, Harris, but I think I should have clarified myself. I'm talking about the Doors as a live band because it would strike me as the Doors were a band that you went to see perform live. That was the fucking point. It wasn't even like the records were literally to let you understand what you're going to hear when you go and hear them. And if you can't get out to see them, this is what you might hear. But the Doors, in a lot of ways, and I'm sure some people are about to click the fuck off when I say this, and I don't frankly care because I think this is an apt comparison. The Doors are like the Grateful Dead and Dave Matthews. Like, it's all about these live performances. I've got this version of Dave Matthews from 1994 in fucking Fresno, California, performing wherever, and I've got this tape of it, and it's this version of Crash Into Me that nobody's ever heard. Isn't that crazy? Like, that's what the Doors strikes me at. And that's the Father Mullen, you're mentioning the things about this movie that kind of rankle you. The things that rankle me about this movie are, you want to make a fucking movie about Jim Morrison? Fine. Cool. Go right ahead. You want to make a movie about the Doors? Cool. Go right ahead. You want to recreate like 3 or 4 fucking performances? Why? In like their entirety. Because that's what...
I disagree with you.
But like, no, but here's the problem. It's the best part of the movie.
Yeah, it is.
But...
Yeah.
It's the best part of the movie, and in a lot of ways, I don't think I even needed it. I don't think I needed it. I don't think the movie needed it. What's the fucking point? You can go see, why do I need to see Val Kilmer pretending to be Jim Morrison when the person who was Jim Morrison was enough? And like, I don't know where this conversation is going to go beyond here, and I don't know if I'm going to get to say anything else on this, but I'm not saying they're bad. Far from it. I'm more pointing out that in this movie, do 1 or 2, don't do 4, because you spend a lot of time doing that. And if we're sitting here talking about them not doing enough writing of scenes of characters with dialogue, because there's full-on recreations of performances, maybe some of that time that's well done could have been reappropriated elsewhere into actually telling the story. You want to film a concert? Cool. I get you can't do that in 91, Oliver Stone. We all understand Jim Morrison's long dead. 20 years already he's been gone at this point. But like, there needs to still be a movie with a plot here, and you can't just sacrifice it for recreating and doing very well recreations of live performances.
The thing about musical biopic movies is, what I've found anyway, it's always weighted one way or another. Either it's all biopic life story where we're dealing with the characters and we never see them perform, and then you end up feeling like, well, what was so special about this person? Why are we watching this human drama? Or it's weighted far too in the other direction where it's all performances and very little of the human drama. This one, I think, falls into that category, definitely. But right,
I know.
They're
Here's
the thing. So
good. Now, I'm well on record of my love of Larry Karaszewski and Scott Alexander. I think they're the best screenwriters in the business, right? But their movie Man on the Moon is a movie that every time they would recreate a full Andy Kaufman performance of one of his bits, I kept thinking, I can go home and watch this. Like, I can watch Andy Kaufman doing this. At no point during like the Miami sequence or the Not to Touch the Earth sequence did I think, will I ever see a Doors concert like this? Like, there's footage of them performing. There's the Hollywood Bowl, and there's a couple of other performances. You can see it, you can hear some. But Ray Manzarek has always said, and I think everyone who's seen them has also said, that when they were on, seeing the Doors live was the best experience you were going to experience. If they were off, it was the worst experience you're going to experience, right? So the fact is,
by he really only means one person.
Well, yeah, I mean,
like when they were on, it's like when Jim Morrison was on and when Jim Morrison was off. Because like, it would strike me that the other members of the band are professionals.
Point being that that we as an audience and fans of the Doors are never going to see any of the heights of those performances, because the footage that we have is very, very limited. That Hollywood Bowl performance, Morrison is like a stick figure, just standing, like the microphone stand could be holding him up the entire time. Like there's no performance in the performance. So not only are these sequences so fucking beautiful just to watch in general, no matter if you're a fan of the music or not, as a fan of the music, I think they're essential. And because Morrison is such a dick in this movie, I think having as many of these performances as they have is really, really important.
Well, this is the Jim Morrison show, and so like that's the thing. Like as much as I'm like saying like it is weighted in one direction, it definitely kind of hurts the overall pacing and plot of the movie because so much is sacrificed for it. Like they're 100% the best parts of the fucking movie. Like the whole thing at the end of the movie in Miami is for me, that's the standout segment. That is the standout segment of the entire film. And just reading about it is one thing, but then getting to see Oliver Stone recreate it is another. And yeah, like you could go watch stuff, but some of it's just not this. It could never be as bombastic as this version of it because the real life version of it wasn't this bombastic, but Oliver Stone's version is. So, let the bread and circuses fucking go for it. And let's see the lions and the tigers, even if there weren't any. Like, really lean into it. There's nothing wrong with that. Like we're already leaning into all sorts of wild shit with this movie. Like lean even further into the insanity of the performances and the insanity of the live persona of Jim Morrison, which they really lean on throughout the movie.
The scale of these musical performances can't be overstated. Just because it looks like for the not to touch the earth sequence, or even when they're doing break on through, it looks. There's no CG in this movie. It looks like there's got to be like 15,000 or 20,000 people in this amphitheater. It's probably much less than that, but the movie makes it look like this is this bacchanalian, performance that's happening, which gets to the heart of exactly what Father Malone is saying when the word of the Doors performances being so electric and so communal and so having an element of danger to them. I think that's the thing the movie does best. And it's one of the few times where you actually see the band themselves interacting. Now, it might be a little bit of John Densmore shooting dirty looks at Jim as he stumbles around or what have you. But that, to me, at least, it conveys properly what I think the idealized excitement around a Doors concert is. I'm sure the reality is well, you can see it in the Hollywood Bowl. It's not nearly as bombastic, to use your term, but it's like this mythologized, idealized version of a Doors show, and I think that's entirely keeping in step with this sort of legend that Oliver Stone's building around this. And the fact, I think the probably the savviest decision that he made, one of them anyway, that Oliver Stone made, was having Val Kilmer sing live during those live performances. Because I remember an interview at the time where Oliver Stone's talking about it. He says, well, lip syncing, it's fine for a while, but after a while, it builds this doubt in your mind and you start to notice things. And eventually you've checked out of the whole performance. Well, the fact that Val Kilmer was able to really pull off a pretty amazing impression of Jim singing, I think really saves, or it not saves, it really enhances those live concerts to the point where they feel live, they feel energetic. I don't think you get that if he's just lip syncing to the performances. In fact, the only time I think he really lip syncs is at the end when he's doing LA Woman in the studio, and it's lame. It just looks kind of there. But him,
and it's very clearly Jim Morrison's voice too. It's like,
right, but
here's Jim Morrison's voice. Everybody, like, what the fuck?
But Val Kilmer did a really, and it also can't be overstated what a sensation his performance was in the day. I can't speak to. You're seeing it all these years later, Chris. But at the time, I remember people were talking Academy Award nominations for Val Kilmer because he was so uncanny. We hadn't seen anyone portray a known figure like this in a music in a concert type movie setting. It just that even now watching it still kind of gave me goosebumps watching this because it's so well done. That for all of the negatives we're throwing at the movie, that's really the one area I can't really throw too many rocks at is his singing as Morrison and the concert scenes as they are, I think.
I think if you're going to do this movie the way that they did it, you better make sure you cast the right person to play Jim Morrison. And I think they did. I can't for the life of me even see anybody else playing Jim Morrison at this point, because it almost seems like, I'm sure Val Kilmer would love to hear this, it does seem a little bit like the spirit of Jim Morrison somewhat possessed him like throughout the movie. Because like the performance that he is able to give does not feel like a put on. The only time, I take that back. There's only one part where it feels like a put on. When he's like fat Jim Morrison, kind of feels like a put on. Like and it's all obviously because he's like got like a really fake beard. It's like the fakiest of fake beards I've ever seen. It's like a prop beard. It's almost like he should have a pair of glasses on that the beard is connected to, like one of those like old props. Because like I mean, like again, like that's the only part of the movie that feels like a put on is like when he's like fat Jim Morrison, which is like 20 minutes of the movie. It's like seeing Austin Butler as fat Elvis. It's like we know, we get it. He let himself go. It's part of the story. Like, what fucking ever. But that's the only time it ever feels like a put on with Val Kilmer. Otherwise, this is I mean, you're wondering where this Val Kilmer guy is at right now. It's a real unfortunate thing what happened to him with his health and everything. And like that affected his ability to act. Because, yeah, if I watch this movie now, I think the one thing I'd be asking if I knew nothing about it is where's that Val Kilmer guy now? What's he up? Because he seemed like a pretty good actor in 1991.
And vocally, HP, you mentioned like how important it was to have him singing live, but I think he does a close version of Morrison, except one scene in particular, which is at the end of the Miami sequence. He goes out into the crowd and they're singing that version of "Break On Through," the sort
dead
of
cats,
chanty.
dead rats. Yeah.
Yes, in that he is completely indistinguishable from Morrison there.
Yeah, there's something I mean, I think they're both in the same like vocal range, but when he shouts, when he does the sort of screaming shout singing, I think it's literally
Right
indistinguishable.
There.
Yeah, it's amazing. But also, and I'm remembering this now, there, not this particular production, but there were other actors over the years, because let's not forget they were trying to make a movie around Jim Morrison for decades. John Travolta at one point was connected to possibly be Jim Morrison. Jason Patric from Lost Boys, who probably would have been a really good Jim Morrison when you think about it. Even in the Lost Boys, there's that there. I think it's People Are Strangers playing, and they superimpose his face with Jim Morrison posters to make it really literal. So think about that. It could have been Jason Patric as Jim Morrison. What that would have been like.
I would have preferred Johnny Depp myself. Like, early 90s Johnny Depp as Jim Morrison looks nothing like him, but hey, he's a hot guy. We'll just cast him.
I believe Kurt Russell was also up for the part at one point. Have you seen Kurt Russell's Elvis?
I have no. That's a John Carpenter thing. I am yet to see.
See that the level.
Kurt Russell was in this movie, right? I mean, he kind of looked like he was in this movie. As McCready was in this movie, no? Isn't that what Jim Morrison was doing towards the end of the movie?
because McCready had an awesome looking beard and Morrison
not the fakiest one, the fakiest of beards you've ever seen.
Oh my God.
He looks like Jesus. Isn't that what the fucking point is? He's supposed to look like Christ. He's supposed to. By the end of the movie, he's literally Christ-like, like literally, like now he is the physical embodiment of Christ for Oliver Stone.
No, I don't think so. I don't think
he literally looks like Jesus, though.
Yeah, but that's how Jim Morrison looked at that moment.
I know.
Look at the photos of him. He kind of looked like Jesus. Everyone kind of looked like Jesus at the end of the 60s.
That's true. I mean, Ted Kaczynski also looks like Jesus, to be fair.
Yeah, man.
And Jim Morrison also looks like Ted Kaczynski. Yeah, right. Yeah. Also, if you had longer hair, we'd probably also think you look like Jim Morrison. But he didn't have glasses. Well, he didn't live long enough to figure out if he needed glasses. Can you imagine that? Like old Jim Morrison with like glasses? Yeah.
Well, you're too bleary-eyed from 10 hits of mescaline.
What would
low-grade acid? That's the tantalizing. The little moments in the movie that I always thought, wow, man, I guess I missed out on the 60s. Like she says, "Are you high right now?" He's like, "It's just some low-grade acid." I was like, God, they had grades.
Low grade, baby. I know. And they're just dropping acid on like a Sunday afternoon. Man.
Chris, we talked about Sid and Nancy recently, and Alex Cox has a bit of ambivalence about that movie because he feels like he romanticized the sort of grubbier aspects of it, right? He need not worry. By comparison, like the sort of the thanatos of it all, the love of death of Jim Morrison, the poetry of the grave, it's really amped up here. Like this is as romantic a version of death as I've ever seen. Not like, I mean, as I mentioned earlier.
But did you know he died at age 27? Did you know?
I did.
Did you know?
Did you know that that Death was a bald man who followed him around his entire life?
Did you know that the song "The End" was about death?
No.
You didn't know?
No. See, by the way, as far as musical performances in the film, that's the one they could have cut. Because why are you going to feature the end cinematically after Apocalypse Now? And two, the shockingness of that, like it is shocking, like the original lyrics in it, like "I'm going to fuck you, mom," that whole thing.
Right.
But was it really that shocking at the Whiskey A Go-Go with that crowd? Like if he was doing it on television, maybe, but
I think
So-
it's because it's a guy that looked like that was saying it. It's probably what
Right.
the
No. But
deal was,
my
right?
point.
But what
They're
that is
featuring,
like.
they're featuring that sequence to show us how shocking the Doors were and how different they were than everybody. But we already know that.
Right. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I don't understand. Like, what do we need to know about them at this point? Like, we get it. They're counterculture, like personified.
We
Just watch the
just saw
trailer
an
for the
Indian-
movie. Like,
We just saw an Indian in a cave and a puma and all the mysticism jumping into Morrison and making him a star. We don't need to see him become a star at the tiny little Whiskey a Go-Go.
Vision
Hey, I'm
Quest,
gonna
brother. He's
pause.
going on a
I'm gonna-
vision quest.
Here's a annoying autobiographical pause. When I lived in Los Angeles, I lived in Venice, like 3 blocks from where Jim Morrison actually slept on the rooftop at Trix during that summer. But I worked at a movie theater for many, many years. I palled around with a gal named Kelly Densmore, who's the daughter of John Densmore.
Yeah.
And one day she brought in some weed and was like, "This is my dad's weed," and I smoked some Doors weed. That's all.
Did you
Back
go
to the
through
movie?
Did you go through the doors of perception?
No, but it was incredibly good.
Well, yeah, I fucking hope so.
Yeah.
I think he's the meanest member of the Doors. I think John. I think
John
there's
Densmore?
something about the drummer being sort of a volcanic personality. I get the sense he was kind of a dick. I think.
You
I don't know,
think
it just
so?
seems that way. Yeah, I've seen him in interviews, and even now, like I watched a few, like Chris, I watched a couple of documentaries on like Morrison Hotel and stuff, and he just seems, I don't know, he just seems like a mean dude. I don't know. Maybe they should have had more of that in the movie because all we got was
It's the idea of like you're the band member in a band where everybody knows the lead singer and nobody like is sitting and crowing about anybody else. Like again, like I don't blame them for being dickheads. Like I've never been in that situation. I can't imagine what that's like. Like someone like Dave Grohl figured it out, right? Like Dave Grohl had his own band, lead singer of his own group, like figured it out, moved on, like put Nirvana behind him. I'm not saying Manzarek and Densmore and Krieger didn't, but like they kind of always just continued to do the Doors without Jim Morrison, which is fine.
They did make a go of it after he died. They actually put out, a lot of people don't know this. They put out 2 albums.
Right.
They put out an album called Full Circle and Other Voices, because another thing that people don't think about with the Doors is that Ray sang backup on a lot of those albums. He actually had a similar range to Jim Morrison, so he could pull it off. There was even, I remember reading somewhere they were playing in like Stockholm or something, and Jim was out of commission because he had taken too many drugs. I don't know, whatever. And so Ray sang the set, and whoever was at the show said he did a great job. He sounded just like Morrison. He had that similar range. And you can, I mean, these albums, not to get too sidetracked, but these albums are okay. I mean, it's never going to be as good as with Morrison because he's the draw. I mean, to a lot of people, he was the Doors.
Right.
But let's not forget, these guys were all really, really fucking good musicians, every one of them. So
is
there's no
Ringo
reason-
Starr. I mean, Ringo Starr's a talented drummer. Like that's my point. Like there's no way to take any of this away from them. It's just the movie just doesn't care because it's not necessarily super duper exciting to show a bunch of assholes playing instruments in a movie. I mean, that's the reality of it, right?
That's true. That's true.
91, Oliver Stone sitting here thinking to himself, like, I've been wanting to show this for how long now? Like, since Jim Morrison was fucking alive. Like, I'm going to tell the most, like, amped up, cracked out version of the story, which is, look at Jim Morrison, guy's always on drugs, always being wild and crazy. And like that just feeds into the mystique and the persona of it. Like I would be curious how many people's beliefs about Jim Morrison have been crafted by this movie alone, as opposed to
everyone who saw this movie and ever after now believes that this is the life of Jim Morrison. No question about it.
Right, which is kind of a problem.
Yeah, but that's the problem with all big movies and stuff. You know, look, like when it comes to remakes and stuff, my attitude has always been the original's still around. Who gives a shit if they remake it?
Still
You know
fucking watch it. They didn't delete
Right?
it out of existence.
At the same time, Chris, that remake, if it's further enough along from that original film, becomes the movie in everyone's mind.
Correct.
If you say Dawn of the Dead to somebody, they think Zack Snyder's Dawn of the Dead. They do not think about that original film, and that's the problem. So yes, it is, but what can
It
you
is
do?
a problem. Like
It's the power of movies, like, or TV, filmed entertainment. Like, it just
And the power of a good narrative.
Myth becomes legend.
Well,
just don't do it so goddamn clumsily. Don't give us a script, this rewritten horribly script. He turned Johnson's script basically into effectively like a TV movie version of The Doors. Like that's the level of writing for the screenplay. And you know what? This not only sidelines The Doors, I'd like to point out, it kind of points this unfair finger at them, where when they go to New York and they're at the factory, like they basically have a scene where the Doors abandon him, and this is the moment where it all sort of cascades down for Morrison. Everything starts falling apart at that moment. Well,
as far as Robbie Krieger was concerned, they made music with Dionysus, so I mean, it's just that scene, I think, for me is just like a microcosm of the movie, right? It's this idea of like, even when they're given an opportunity to interact with each other, there's nothing of substance comes out of it. It's just Jim Morrison acting like a fucking dickhead, like a holier than thou dick. Like,
that scene is such bullshit, because you're talking about at the end when they're listening to a playback of Riders in the Storm,
and they're like, we're breaking up and we're leaving. It's like,
that's the thing. They weren't breaking up. Jim was going to Paris to hang out for a while,
right?
But he had every intention. The Doors didn't break up because he left for Paris. They were just taking a break. They had finished up their commitment to Elektra for the number of albums they had to provide. They were going to plan out what they were going to do next. They wanted to tour behind LA Woman, but that doesn't make for a compelling, ending to this saga as far as Oliver Stone is concerned. So he has to have a little bit of poignancy, or invent a little poignancy, by having them go, well, so long, Jim. We had a great run. Bye. But that's not how it's Oliver Stone's story. It's not the Doors story.
That scene is maddening. Oh man, this is the best time. What a great album.
We're never gonna forget these times, man.
Our best album since days, man. Yeah. This faux bullshit. I will say that when Morrison arrives on that scene and he's interacting with,
I love that. That's my daughter.
Yeah, that part. And then when he first gets there, and it's Manzarek's wife Karen, and he's like, "Oh, you cut your hair." She's like, "Yeah, we're trying to have a baby." He's like, "Oh, your hair getting in the way." It's that scene is the only time Morrison appears like a human being in the movie. And like, where was that guy the previous 2 hours?
Oh, it's completely charming because he's interacting with this little girl. He's giving her presents. Even though he's taking swigs from a bottle of like Southern Comfort, but you're right. That's the only time you get this sort of this Morrison without any pretense. He's just, hey, Dorothy, where's Princess? I'm gonna, it's sweet. It's charming. There's there's precious little of that in this movie.
I think if you're Oliver Stone, the ultimate goal of this movie is to not only make a movie about one of your idols, but also to ultimately cast your child as the younger version of them too. Sean Stone, who is in one of my favorite television shows, Jesse Ventura's Conspiracy Theory, or actually I believe the title of the show is Conspiracy Theory with Jesse Ventura, starring Jesse Ventura's son Tyrell, and then Sean Stone as well, just hanging out with the two of them, searching for human chimpanzee hybrids and time traveling Barack Obama. So seeing Sean Stone in this was like, oh, so he also just wanted to like have his kid play Jim Morrison. Okay, got it. Like, so much of this is Oliver Stone just like checking boxes for himself, right? Like, it's just like, oh, we've got this scene where we're going to have young Jim Morrison. Who could play young Jim Morrison? Oh, I've got a kid. I've got a son.
Well, he was in JFK also, and he might have been in Born on the 4th of July. I just think Oliver Stone loved having his kid in whatever movie he was making at the time.
He's in Natural Born Killers as well.
Oh, right.
And he's in Wall Street. But in none of those movies is he literally playing Jim Morrison.
That's true, but this is the only film that gave him the opportunity to play Jim Morrison. And I got to say about Oliver Stone, I think this may be a situation where this movie wasn't going to get made without Oliver Stone. Because he had the clout at that moment. So we got the movie we got. You know what I mean? Like, this wasn't a case where we were going to get a better version of this movie because we weren't going to get a movie.
Right.
Maybe another decade later, they might have done it well. And there's still a movie to be made if somebody wants to make it. There's an interesting movie about the Doors, the band, and the phenomenon and the whole sort of scene at that moment. But he's the wrong guy and the right guy to tell it, I think, ultimately, because as much as I think the script is nonsense and it's insulting a lot of the times, like, I love watching the movie.
Well, is that because of Val Kilmer's performance, or is it just the whole
movie?
Yeah, it's the whole milieu of the movie. Like, and that I understand. Like, I do think that, again, that's the other thing about this movie. I mentioned the Forrest Gump of it all. Like, there are a lot of people that would love to live in Forrest Gump because they love the world that movie creates. And it's an idealized version of a certain time in a certain place. And this movie does a lot of that. Like, it's an idealized time. It's an idealized version of a time and a place that so many people would love to be able to, like, visit and just be a part of. At least the music scene alone, let alone just the scene in general. But the other thing we haven't talked about is the version that I watched, and I'm assuming the version that you guys watched, had the Jim Morrison almost kills himself scene cut out of it.
No, I didn't. I found out about that only recently. That's called the final cut.
Right.
I don't know why it was called the final cut. And in fact, Oliver Stone went back later and basically said the theatrical cut is still my preferred cut of the movie. But then to find out, all they really did, I believe, was cut out the scene where he's like on the outside, he's hanging off the edge of the building, and Pam comes out to try to get him inside, and he recites some poetry. Kind of an odd. I'm not sure I understand the choice there. Why he would do that, but I haven't researched enough about that cut to know.
Wait, he cut that scene out?
Yeah,
he did. It's literally called the final cut. I think it's maybe 10, 15 years old now, but I only found out about this, like I said, maybe a week or two ago when I started looking into this again.
The deleted scene that I know about is the Jim can't get it up with a hooker scene.
Right.
Which,
happens to a
by
lot
the way,
of men.
Now, we mentioned at the top, we have an interview with Randall Johnson, the original screenwriter for this project at the end. And that scene in particular, you're going to hear a very interesting story from Mr. Johnson about Oliver Stone's attitude towards Morrison and his sexual prowess. So it's not a surprise to me that the scene was cut. It's a surprise to me that the scene was filmed at all.
Well, and that's, again, like, when it's when the level of hero worship that is on display here is as kind of like overwhelming as it is with Oliver Stone. Like, you can't help but wonder how many, and again, like you alluded to with the interview, like, he's going to talk to some of this, but you have to wonder how many other things were left out or not even considered, because heaven forbid he be a human being. Like, heaven forbid he be a real person. Like, heaven forbid we talk about the foibles of the man. I'm not saying that they don't, but, like, a lot of it is just like, he's just a rock star. Yada, yada, yada. Like, it's like, there's no yada, yada here. Like, this guy put people in his life through insanity because of his inability to cope with his, like, problems. They allude to it a little bit. They don't really go into it. Again, missed opportunity, talking about his family and, like, Jim Morrison. Like, the movie stopped short of saying it because a movie made by Oliver Stone about one of his heroes is not going to say it. But part of this also, like, there's a case to be made that it's like, was this guy a poser too? Is that what we're kind of alluding to?
Well, he's certainly self-mythologized.
Right. Yeah, well, yeah, we all do. But,
right.
Like,
and so, that's
they died. I don't have any parents. Like, okay.
That's the crazy thing about, like, Stone leaning into the mythology of the man is that the guy was already doing it himself,
right,
and
constantly.
And Stone kind of clucks his tongue at one point, like, I guess in a way of, like, being fair and balanced of his treatment of Morrison. Like, he puts in the scene where not Pamela. What's the witch's name?
Patricia Keneally.
Patricia Keneally. Yeah. Who's just an amalgam.
Kathleen Quinlan, huh?
Or poor all the ladies in this movie. Poor Mimi Rogers, who has to, like, go around taking pictures of him and telling him he's the god of rock and cock.
Oh, that scene. Blech.
It's you then.
I mean, is it better or worse than Crispin Glover's Andy Warhol? That's
no, he's awesome. I will not broker any criticism of that. That scene is wonderful because you have these two sort of titans of 60s pop culture. They get together, and what the scene shows is they have nothing to say to each other. I love that little capsule scene. I think it's so funny to me. He gives him the phone and says he can talk to God with this. I don't know. I found that scene really, really fun when I saw it. Father Malone is shaking his head. I think he agrees.
No, I'm saying yes. Best scene in the movie, probably that interaction between him and Warhol. Not to mention Paul Williams is the one who ferries Jim Morrison.
Oh, he's awesome. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
That's the best part. That's the best part is Paul Williams. I think Paul Williams could have played Andy Warhol, me personally, you know.
He's a little long in the tooth here. Right here, I think Crispin Glover is so perfect. He's so, like, there have been lots of pretty good performances of Warhol over the years, but this is the one I think of because this one, you really get that alien sense that Warhol just sort of threw off effortlessly that's missing in every other portrayal.
Can we, we're talking about a little sort of cameo bit we thought was really good. Can I mention something that's really a featured actor who's really, really bad, and it still grates on my nerves all these years later? It's Billy Idol as one of the members of Jim's sort of coterie of hangers-on and like sort of vagabonds. Boy, I hated seeing him in this now because there's never a moment where you see Billy Idol where he's not doing the Billy Idol sneer, the lip that's curled up. And every time I see him, I'm saying to myself, that's Billy Idol. Like at one point, he's cavorting on stage with a naked woman during one of the Doors performances. Yeah. And it's, I'm even doing it now, just mimicking him. But it's drives me crazy. I don't understand that at all because there's nothing about him that doesn't scream Billy Idol when you see him up there. It's a terrible decision.
Would you say he's a distraction?
Completely.
Yeah, I would agree. It's
fuck you, Ray.
Fuck you, Ray.
It's just, we watched Father Malone and I watched a movie recently called Rucker. And there's a performance in that movie by Corey Taylor where it's like, yo, this is Corey Taylor from Slipknot. If you know, you know. Billy Idol in this movie is like, yo, that's Billy Idol. Like he's doing the thing. He just can't help himself. He can't help himself. On top of the fact that he looks like Wilhelm von Homburg from Ghostbusters 2 throughout the entire movie with that hair. He really does. He looks strange on top of everything else. Like Billy Idol with like long hair. But God, Michael Madsen's in this movie for like 2 seconds.
He's great in it. You know who's great in this movie, actually? The whole cast is basically great, except for Meg Ryan, who's miscast. Michael Wincott as
he's phenomenal.
As the producer. Oh, Mr. Morrison. Like he just walks on the scene and suddenly the movie is real and has gravity. It has weight to it. It doesn't feel like a fantasy anymore when he's on screen.
It's serious. It's a serious thing. I don't know. Was he better, you think, than Oliver Stone as the film professor at UCLA?
I saw him. I knew that he was in it. I knew he was the professor, but what I forgot about was he has this terrible Van Dyke, like this sort of pretentious 60s Van Dyke. And that also took me out of the movie a little bit.
Don't you understand? He's the one who sent Jim Morrison down the path of becoming a musician.
Oh my God, you're right. Look at that.
It's just like Oliver Stone injecting himself into Jim Morrison's mythology is just, fuck you, man. What the fuck? Like, I wish I could make a movie about someone I cared about and just be like, oh, look, I get to play him. See? Like, yeah, I'm his best friend in the movie. That means I was his best friend in real life. Like, it doesn't mean shit. This means nothing. It means you're controlling this little terrarium narrative.
At least he made himself a dickish professor of film and not like the guy like the roadie who inspired, you know what I mean? Like
inspired the name The Doors, you mean?
Yes, like other filmmakers who insist on putting themselves in movies would have done a much more egregious thing here. Like imagine if Spike Lee had directed this movie, he would have played Ray Manzarek.
You know, Jim, you could call it The Doors, man, and then just poochies himself out of the movie. Yeah. Look, like Oliver Stone really wanted to make this movie, and knowing the history behind it, his involvement personally in the movie, both him and his child and the decisions that he made, just it all feels very of a piece, as they would say, when viewed from like 10 feet back. Because it's like, oh, okay, like the things that are important, the things that are focused on are the things that feed into the narrative and the mystique of Jim Morrison, the Lizard King, not Jim Morrison, the man who treated his partner like shit and did a lot of drugs and alcohol to deal with a lot of deep-seated problems that he didn't know how to deal with otherwise. Hell of a talented guy, hell of a creative guy, hell of a troubled guy, but like those things often go hand in hand. How many artists aren't troubled or struggle with mental illness or substance abuse? Like a lot of them. It's more surprising when they don't. And that's the thing, like you could make a movie about James Taylor and turn his like, mystique and narrative into this bombastic thing. James Taylor did a shitload of heroin and other things too, and then came out the other side of it. Like, that's the thing. In this day and age, you can't, we talked about the cultural appropriation of this story and like, you can't do that way anymore. Like, I'm not sure anybody is really like telling these kinds of stories like this anymore because people want to tell, quote, the truth, unquote. And it's like, while I appreciate us telling the truth and needing to hew close to reality, sometimes it's just not that entertaining. Sometimes it's just not an entertaining story to tell it that way. If you're going to do it, sometimes you just do a documentary instead, which nothing wrong with that. Like nothing wrong with that.
One wishes that the more fantastical elements were the rest of the movie, punctuated by sequences of, if you're going to go this way, you're going to lionize him. Like if you want to really get in Morrison's head, he was on LSD and peyote a lot of the time.
Right.
Like just have these sequences be fucking crazy. All the real life stuff in between gigs is fucking nuts. And then the gigs just keep getting worse. But we don't need to know anything about the rest of the people in his life because we're not interested, because Stone isn't interested in really letting us in their world at all.
And the thing ultimately about it for me is like, if this was ultimately the point of doing it this way, it should have leaned further into the psychedelia of it all and like the overwhelmingly heady nature of the shit that's being discussed. I don't think Oliver Stone was the right person to direct this project. I think that the person who would have brought to this project what it needed is someone who brought similar energy to a similar project in the 90s about psychedelia, which is Terry Gilliam adapting Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Can you imagine Terry Gilliam doing this movie and like
No.
and actually like living in the world that you're talking about, Father Malone, of like what the fuck was going on inside of Jim Morrison's head and what he was seeing and synthesizing while being on the drugs? That's Terry Gilliam. That movie would have been fucking insanity. But again, like when I think of powerhouses of counterculture, I think of Jim Morrison in terms of music, and I think of Hunter S. Thompson in terms of writing. And, like Hunter S. Thompson was fucking on just as many drugs, if not more, than Jim Morrison. And in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, Terry Gilliam nails that aspect of the movie. And that's what makes so much of that movie off-putting is it's not this like fucking hero worship. There are scenes in that movie where we get to see the nasty reality of who Hunter S. Thompson was as a person and Dr. Gonzo. And in this movie, like, because it's Oliver Stone who's too close to the subject, he's just too close. Like, because he's too close, he's not objective. And not being objective is fine, but you've effectively just written the Bible about Jim Morrison. You know what I mean? Like, you've written the Bible with Jim Morrison.
Complete with canonization at the end.
Yeah.
The slow pan around the Père Lachaise cemetery with the Doors playing and then the grave itself with the bust.
Yeah, I was waiting for the little Jim Morrison, the Byzantine Jim Morrison with the little
Saint
fingers
Jim.
out. Yeah, fuck it.
My girlfriend Amber went to Paris about 15, 20 years ago and went to the cemetery to see it and had an easier time getting to Oscar Wilde's grave because it's very heavily guarded now. Jim Morrison's thing. It's like it's all secure. And like the bust is gone and like all the graffiti is still there, but like no one's adding to it anymore. Apparently it got really out of hand after this movie came out.
Now everybody knows about Jim Morrison's Peri Delictos and that he liked sex and rock and roll and drugs. Who'd have thunk it? Yeah, like, I don't know. Some of this is just like Oliver Stone. Duh. I don't know. Like, yeah. I enjoyed this movie. I'm with you guys. I enjoyed this movie. But I also am, like, I think immensely frustrated by this movie because having sat and done the research about Jim Morrison and the band afterwards, it's like, while I appreciate that this movie is super entertaining and super fun, I think there's a better story to be told here about the band, again, holistically, than it is just the Jim Morrison story. I mean, what this really needs is like 6-episode miniseries on like a HBO type thing, do like 6 or 7 episodes of a season, and that's it. You don't need, and you have each episode focus on a member of the band and then you have them get together and, it ends with them releasing the titular, self-titled The Doors album. We don't need to see Jim Morrison dying. We know Jim Morrison dies. That's the one part of this story everybody knows, because he's not kicking it in 2024 and hasn't been kicking it since 1971. The fact
we don't even get to fucking see it. Like, he's teasing it the entire movie with Dennis as a fucking figure, and then Morrison basically dies off screen.
Yeah. Well, and that's the other thing. Like, you spent this entire movie telling the story, and the ignominious way it ends, it's almost like, wait, are you telling me that this cut of the movie is not the one you wanted because the ending got changed? Because that I would believe. But like, the way the movie ended was shocking to me when I watched it for the first time. It was startling that the movie was just over. I mean, I knew when he got to Paris that the movie was kind of in its end game moments, but then it's just over. And it's like, wait a second, whoa! Like, to rob your movie of any emotional resonance is to put it mildly. Like, she just finds him and he's dead. The end. Like, what did you ultimately say here, Oliver? Like,
well,
what was the
it's
point?
almost like he wanted to have his cake and eat it too, where he spends most of the movie building him up into this mythic sort of demigod. But then, I don't know, it's a little bit of a bait and switch at the end, where maybe to coin to use Father Malone's phrase, he kind of clucks his tongue and says, well, you know what, this guy that everyone thought was this sort of lizard king and this cool dude, well, you know what, he just died of a fucking heart attack in a bathtub. There you go. The end. There's your end. I mean, if he really wanted to lean into the fantastical elements, like you were saying earlier, Chris, maybe he would have actually had him sprout angel wings from his back and actually rise up, into the clouds. And I mean, there was an SNL sketch. I bet you Father Malone probably remembers this. Val Kilmer, I think this was maybe 10 years or so after he was in the Doors, he was hosting SNL, and they did a behind the music style sketch that was about Jim Morrison. After he dies, he gets to heaven and he joined, everyone always says, oh, he's up there jamming with Janis and Jimmy.
Jimmy, baby, yeah.
So in the conceit of this is that it's behind the music. He's gone to heaven. He's in a band with Janis Joplin and Jimi Hendrix. And for some reason, Louis Armstrong is in the band too. He's like the outlier. It's Tracy Morgan playing him. And the band is called the Great Frog Society. And it's basically about how they get together and then they break up. And eventually the members keep getting reincarnated one after the other. So it breaks up the band. But it's kind of, I can almost envision watching this, having Oliver Stone attempt something similar where, like I said, he rises up into heaven only to be met by Buddy Holly and Janis Joplin and Jimi Hendrix, and they become this like force of, I don't know, like positivity and beautiful and beauty in heaven. But he doesn't. But I don't know. Is it to Oliver Stone's credit or his detriment that he doesn't lean into that side of the story and he just kind of gives you the anticlimax? I don't know. What do you think, Chris?
Because like Oliver Stone is a talented enough filmmaker and screenwriter that I would not be surprised if the whole point is to juxtapose the dichotomy between the man, the legend, and just this dude who dies in a bathtub ignominiously in Paris. Like, to juxtapose those two things, I can see it. Like, I understand it. And like you said, HP, look at this guy that we've all put all this time and effort and belief into, and he just dies like any one of us can in a bathtub at 27. Like, I get if that's what Oliver Stone was going for. And I'm sure one could make the argument that is what he's going for. And he might even go, yes, that was the intent. But yeah, no, I think for me, it just feels like an anticlimax because Jim Morrison's life was an anticlimax and you're given an out here to be kind of lazy, which is, oh, he's just dead. I don't have to do anything with it. And again, on top of everything else, not only did Jim Morrison just die at 27, he died unceremoniously, untimely, suddenly. Any of those words could be used. It was a surprise to everybody in his life that he died. Probably no more surprising to anybody than Jim Morrison himself not waking up. But my point being, the character of Jim Morrison is such a big deal and the movie undercuts it at the end of the day. And I would like to give Oliver Stone credit for being clever about, the juxtaposition, but I don't know if that's what it is. And undercutting your entire movie to do that, really? After you've hero worshipped for 2.5 hours? I'm not sure I buy that, I guess, is the others.
It just should have ended with the fucking getting on the plane and going to Paris. That's
right.
it.
We don't need to see it. We know what happens.
Right.
But what's also interesting is Morrison at the time said to everybody, you're looking at the next member of the 27. I will die at 27. You'll see. He would talk about his death all the time, which to me seems like carte blanche to Oliver Stone to use that and actually make him a prophet of his own demise, which he kind of stabs at by having death stalk him throughout the whole movie. But it's really not a factor of Jim's own, prophecy of his own death. It's just kind of, well, he was born to die. That's really kind of who he is. But literally. I don't know. It's a little weird that he didn't lean into that a little bit more, come to think of it.
Well, Oliver Stone, just, again, for him being the right director because he's motivated by how much he cares about the story, he is the wrong director because, like we've already alluded to, so much of this story is taking place inside of one man's head. And we really never get the sense of what's going on inside of Jim Morrison's head, which is a shortcoming of the movie. But I mean, we see where they put that other focus and attention into is other things that, I mean, are kind of not poor facsimiles, but poor approximations of character studies. Like like the concert scenes are great. You can look at them as character studies and try to glean as much as you can from them. But the scenes with dialogue between characters when there should be some character study happening are so poorly written and so unimpressive in what they're trying to do that you ultimately with this movie just try to find as much from what Val Kilmer is doing as you can anything else, because almost everything else is not given enough time to find anything of overwhelming value in, other than, oh yeah, Kyle MacLachlan's in this movie. He's great, but not in it enough. Or Meg Ryan is miscast. Like, most of the feelings towards the secondary cast are they aren't doing enough or they're miscast. But neither of those things are complaining about too much of them, if you get my drift. And I'm not complaining about too much Val Kilmer. I just wish that there had been more depth to what they were doing with, because Jim Morrison is a dude who was like high all the time, clearly. And that's just like acting strung out is not interesting. Like that's all they do with it, is he just acts strung out. Like, he's acting strung out, but yet he's writing music that people are sitting and talking about in 2024 still. So, like, was it a strung out thing? Was he creative with the drugs? Like, what the hell was going on? But the movie's just like, he was strung out and it was getting in the way of things. It's like, I don't think it was just as simple as that either, best I can tell.
I don't know what we're talking about anymore.
Well, I'm just talking about like the
Are we still talking about the tragedy of Jim Morrison's death? Like,
No, I mean, it is tragic, but I'm just talking about the way the movie handles it. Just doesn't do the movie any favors.
The fact is, we talked about this when we talked about Sid and Nancy. No, Sid and Nancy works because it's a fucking compact amount of time,
right? Just
like all of the fucking Scott Alexander Lara Kazierski movies. Like pick this moment in Jim Morrison's life and give it to us. Make the fucking trial the fucking wrap around if you want to do that, like
make him sitting in the bathtub the wrap around, like
begin with him on stage, for fuck's sake. Like, just like I don't know,
anything. It's like telling biopics in a linear chronological way is very lazy, best I can. It's like reading a school book report, and then this happened, and then this happened.
If the movie starts with a child and ends with a death, what the fuck?
Right. I mean, that's exactly what Walk Hard was making fun of. Like, leave Dewey Cox alone. He's sitting and musing about, he's going to be thinking about his life for the next hour. Like that's literally a line at the beginning of that movie. And it's like, that would have been the framing device in this movie. That's what we're talking about. We're actively championing the idea of having that framing device possibly be in this movie just to help, because this movie needs the help, because again, it's told the same way so many of these stories are, just like straight, like you said, child born, dies at the end. Like, all right. And with someone like Jim Morrison, we all know how he died. It's not like a surprise. This isn't like the twist ending is Jim Morrison dies at the end. No, we know. We're all fairly aware that Jim Morrison doesn't get out of this story. That would be the twist. That would be the Oliver Stone version, is he's alive at the end, like they do in Man in the Moon, right? Because that's the thing that Man in the Moon, which you've already mentioned, kind of tries to do at the end. It tries to give the audience like, well, maybe Andy Kaufman was more than he was leading on to be. But the thing that's smart about that is that the movie doesn't spend the whole time going over it over and over and over again and not doing it. That's what this movie does. Like, this movie should have had a scene at the end where it's like Meg Ryan's walking out in the street and she sees someone that looks like Val Kilmer. And it's like, again, like I'm not saying that's what the movie needed, but like, if you're going to say that this guy's presence was bigger than life and possibly more encompassing than life, why not hammer that home because Man in the Moon did, and that came out like within a decade of this movie. Again, fantastical elements. I get that that's not something we want to do here.
In that case, though, the question of whether or not Andy Kaufman was still alive was fostered by Kaufman himself with his Tony Clifton character. And focusing on his death in that one is actually important because he's a man who fooled everyone all the time and then was himself fooled like right before the end. Like that he's finally given hope at the end of his life. So that's all well and good and part of that story. Morrison dying of a fucking heroin overdose in a bathtub in Paris, old fat Morrison. I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't ever think about that when I think about him. And I know it. We all know it. Who gives a shit?
Right. It's like I don't need to see Austin Butler as Elvis on the toilet. At this point, for me, a lot of these stories are like Superman and Spider-Man and Batman. Like, I know how they got there. Tell me what the fuck they are doing while they are them. The versions of them that we all know. But I don't need to see how we got there. That's easily obtainable information in 2020. That's a quantitative piece of information. Jim Morrison was born on this day, died on this day, and all of these things happened. That's fine. I go read a fucking book about that. But what I can't read a book about is seeing the interactions between these characters to understand what drove them as a band to be successful. And again, that's not what this movie has any interest in doing, but that's what good biopics are challenging themselves to do, which is tell a story about the why of things, not how these things happen. We know how they happen. We can go watch a documentary about it. But what we can't see is the interactions between the characters unless we're listening to a real person talk about how the way they interacted with a real person. But again, we're not seeing it firsthand. We're just hearing it second or third hand. So it's what we're getting out of this should be getting to see the way these people were, not just, check a box to see Jim Morrison in Miami, check a box to see Jim Morrison in New Haven. Like that's lazy. Ultimately, that's lazy.
A good biopic of the movie of Morrison's life was not going to get made. And if it had gotten made, it wouldn't have visual effects by Industrial Light and Magic. I just want to shout that out here because they're fucking amazing in this movie.
Right. No,
all the 60s visual stuff that they did and all of the moon stuff and all of the time lapse stuff and everything. It's all fucking fantastic. And kudos Oliver Stone for going to ILM for that. That was pretty great. The thunderstorm at the beginning, that whole thing, that opening shot is amazing.
Yeah, there's a great shot where I think it's outside the whiskey or something, and Morrison gets up on a car and he starts haranguing people and saying, "How many people know that you're alive?" And they slow it down, and there's this wonderful like star time lapse above his head. That's all ILM, really. That's so cool.
Yeah. Yeah, and like all the stuff when they're on Venice Beach, him and Pam, and like there's the moon over like the water and everything, and like anytime there's a moon shot in the movie, that's ILM dropping that in.
No, I mean, again, we've talked about how amazing the movie is to look at. Like, and yeah, something about those like 90s ILM effects, like they were nailing it the way that like nobody else was in the 90s. Really, like they set the bar really high for CGI effects in the 90s. ILM did. And yeah, when you have the visibility and the clout of Oliver Stone, that's who you want doing your movie, right? Like that's who you want doing your effects, because they're the right at 91, they're like the top of the business. They're the top of the industry if you're having like CGI effects done.
Oh yeah, I mean this is like right before Jurassic Park. This is ILM like looking to experiment and do other stuff. Like it was surprising to hear that they worked on the movie. You know what I mean? This is not usually their wheelhouse, but
no. But to your point, I mean, the certain things come with this movie being made by who it was made by, and certain things can't happen. I mean, we heard for years about the issues that were holding up the Freddie Mercury about, not wanting to really tell the story the way it needed to be told, because who would want to hear that story, right? Nobody would want to hear how crazy Freddie Mercury's life actually was. That wouldn't actually be entertaining to anybody, would it? No, never. We'd rather just wash the story with a very level of sanitizer.
Do you remember the scene that they have in that movie that is meant to portray all of the sort of bacchanal kind of excess of Freddie Mercury's life? They have a couple of fat women on exercise bikes, like mirroring the lyric of the Fat Bottom Girls, right? And like people are like dressed up like a fancy dress party. And
there's like little people with like cocaine things on their
No,
heads?
there is not that, because
Or is
that's
that
what
just really
that's
happened?
that's what Sacha Baron Cohen was talking about when he was going to play Freddie Mercury. He was like, I'm totally focusing on that. And they were like, no, we don't want any of that. And then we get this scene, and it's basically a mirror image of the fucking factory scene here in the Doors movie where they're like, oh, Freddie, I don't know about these people, man. Like, they're all really weird. Like, look at those girls on those exercise bikes. Like, and it's like, what?
Well, it's letting them off the hook, right? I mean, they're I'm not going to be held responsible for what you're going to do to yourself.
So bad.
Well, and again, I mean, if you want to have conversations about rock stars and people in the music industry, I don't know why we want to pretend like they're not doing this. That's what makes this so appealing for so many people, is that you can live this kind of lifestyle still in 2024. You can live on the road, you can make a lot of money, you can get the adoration of fans and the public, and all you have to do is open your mouth and sing, which for most people who do it well, they are preternaturally gifted at doing it, and they just have to get better, but they're already good when they start. Jim Morrison happened to be better than most people. But yeah, it's insane to me. Like, you can't leave this out of this story. That's why people want to be rock and rollers, because you get to live a fucking crazy lifestyle. Don't pretend like it's not happening. We're not idiots. And yeah, like, this movie traffics in it a little bit, but something like Bohemian Rhapsody, it's just like, yo, we know what Freddie Mercury was doing. Everybody does. What are you going to fucking pretend for the people 10 years from now who hopefully had books taken away from them? Like, I don't understand. Who are you convincing is my point. Like, the fact that we see Jim Morrison treating Pamela Curson so poorly is kind of surprising. It's almost like the one thing Oliver Stone deigned himself to allow us to see Jim Morrison doing poorly in this movie is treating her poorly. That's like the one bad thing he does in this entire movie, is treat her poorly. That's the one kind of questionable
But he's doing it because
aspect.
he has an Indian in him.
Right.
He's got an Indian. It's beyond his control. He's seen death that night, and so now he has to get a blowjob in the elevator from Nico and cackle at her when she finds.
It's
What's funny is
hand-waving.
here's
It's
how
a lot of
miscast.
hand-waving.
Here's how miscast Meg Ryan is. She walks into the elevator and he's cackling at her while he's getting a blowjob. Meg Ryan would fly immediately to the Los Angeles and never speak to Jim Morrison again. They needed somebody who could handle that, who could handle all of Morrison. You mentioned at the beginning, like, she knew what she was getting into. It's like that. I do agree that he no doubt treated everyone poorly. He was a drunk after all. He was going to have moments where you didn't want to be around that fucking drunk Irish motherfucker. So I appreciate them like showing some of that on here, but like, you know, I think ultimately, no matter how poor Morrison's behavior, it's all sort of not sanitized, but sort of excused by Oliver Stone.
It's the creative genius. He's overwhelmed by the creative genius is kind of what it feels like. And it's like, that's the excuse? Really? Like, fuck you. Like, that's not an excuse to treat people poorly. And it never will be. You know, Alfred Hitchcock treating Tippi Hedren poorly on the set of The Birds and making her life living hell just to get a good performance out of it. Not okay either. Like, none of this, you know, treating people like shit for the sake of art is okay. And yes, the movie just kind of going, it's okay because of Light My Fire. It's okay because the end. It's okay because the Lizard King. And it's like, far from fucking okay. And again, like, we see him threaten Meg Ryan with like a boning knife, like at one point. Like, and that's the furthest the movie gets to like kind of trying to disapparate the mystique of Jim Morrison. That's the furthest it goes, and that's not far enough, but that's okay. We get it, Oliver Stone.
Well, no, but let's not also forget that he apparently set fire to a closet that his girlfriend was hiding in, which I'm fairly certain, I don't have any proof, but I'm fairly certain that didn't happen that way. But I think you're onto something. I mean, I think he wants it both ways. He wants to have his beautiful rock god up there doing these creative sort of genius things, but then he also wants to convey the fact that this guy was a supreme asshole who made everybody's life miserable. And technically, he succeeded on that front, because I don't think there's anybody in the movie who wasn't completely exasperated with Jim and his behavior by the end of the movie. His band members, they all hated him. His girlfriend hated him. Patricia Keneally, the witch, hated him. who liked him at the end besides Billy Idol and the guy for the biker from Mask? I ask you. Do you remember that guy? He had the stutter in Mask.
Dennis Wheatley, is that his name?
Dennis Berkeley.
Berkeley, yeah, there you go.
From one of my favorite movies, Suburban Commando.
Suburban Commando, we're gonna sue you.
You can pull my face in. This is the 90s. We'll sue you. Fucking that line reading. I hadn't seen that movie until I was an adult, but I saw that movie's trailer so many times, and that line stuck with me forever. This is the 90s.
Yeah, so you're gonna see Dennis Berkeley every time he's in the background of a scene. You're gonna clue right into him. He's in that. Wasn't he in that Charlie Sheen, Michael Madsen biker movie, Above the Law? We got to watch that.
He was in Fletch Live.
He's in everything. If you needed a biker, he was going to be in your movies. Is he in Pee-wee's Big Adventure? I would be surprised if he was.
I think I think he is a big burly guy, big burly biker. He's your guy.
He was in Hollywood Homicide, which we all know. I mean, what a film. American cinema classic.
Yeah, Harrison Ford, man.
And Josh Hartnett, who hated each other by the end of the filming of this.
Wow.
I'm glad I finally watched this movie. This has been a movie that I think has been a long time coming for me seeing, but I like it for probably the reasons Oliver Stone would look at me and go, "You like it because of that?" I like it because of Val Kilmer's performance. It's one of those performances. It's like Father Malone. It's like Dan Aykroyd and Dragnet. Like, this movie without this performance is just another movie. But with this performance, it's like, this is kind of something to behold. And Dan Aykroyd and Dragnet is that way. I mean, to use an example that more people will be down with, like Heath Ledger in The Dark Knight, like that movie without it, it's just a Batman. But with that performance, it's something else. Without Val Kilmer as Jim Morrison, this is just a movie. This is just a biopic. But with his performance, it's like, it's kind of just fucking insanity. And I think for me, and that this is probably where I want to bring the conversation down for a landing, as it were. Val Kilmer, sad story, obviously, given where he is now because of the health things that have happened to him. But where do we, three of us, come down on Mr. Kilmer's career? The Iceman, as it
were. What do you mean, like overall? Like,
yeah, what do you guys think of Val Kilmer? I think this might be the first time we've ever talked about him on the show, and this is probably going to be the only time we ever focus on a movie that he's 2.5 hours of. Like, this is the Val Kilmer performance of Val Kilmer performances, right?
Yeah, love Val Kilmer.
Yeah, this is not my favorite Val Kilmer performance, but
I don't mean favorite. I mean, this is for, like, you want Val Kilmer, like 2.5 hours is what you're getting. Almost nobody else is more what I was like. It might not be your favorite, but like 2.5 hours of Val Kilmer is a lot. Like, right?
Yeah, but you know what? It's this movie, so. And this, like, he's doing a great job and he's doing great singing and whatever, but like, yeah, it's a bit much because it's Jim Morrison. It's not Val Kilmer,
right.
And he disappears into any part. Like, if I would take 2.5 hours of Doc Holliday.
I loved him in Spartan. Remember, he was in David Mamet's Spartan.
Absolutely.
He was like a special for that. I mean, it's a great movie, but he's great. I would take him in Real Genius. He's awesome in that. Top Secret.
God, so good in Real Genius.
He's great in Top Secret too. And I mean,
yeah, man.
He's in one of my, I think, favorite movies of the mid 2000s, and I think definitely I think it's up there for my favorite Shane Black thing, Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. I mean, my God, that movie.
Oh, he's so good in that.
Yeah, and that movie has Robert Downey Jr. in, like, and that's like, and he's like, they're competing for screen time with each other, and it's amazing. Like, that movie, I love that movie. I'll never do an episode on it, but I love that.
Why won't you do an episode of it? Do you know that Val Kilmer confronted Matthew Modine in a bar in Hollywood and said, "You got the role that was meant for me"? And Matthew Modine's like, "What are you talking about?" And he's like, "The Stanley Kubrick movie, the Vietnam movie." And Matthew Modine, like, the next day called his agent, was like, "Is there a Stanley Kubrick Vietnam movie?" He's like, "Yeah, do you want to go up for it?"
I think for me, growing up when I did, Val Kilmer was Batman. And like, that's what I knew him from. And then as I got older, I started to branch out. And like I said, I mean, I saw Kiss Kiss Bang Bang and some of the other kind of earlier things that he did. I saw them as life went on. But like, a lot of the stuff that he was doing kind of post Kiss Kiss Bang Bang is just all over the place. A lot of direct-to-video stuff. Then obviously he got sick, and then cancer, and then I believe they took his jaw, right? Isn't that what happened?
I think his voice box.
Okay, yeah. And
yeah.
I mean, like, and obviously, like, very different situation when that happens to you. But yeah, Val Kilmer, he's a great actor. It's just, it's
He
kind
didn't
of
always make great movie choices either.
No.
You know? He made some dogs back in the day. Remember Thunderheart? Remember that thing?
no.
Oof.
Oh yeah, he played
Eh,
Native American in that.
Yeah, that was troubling.
Was that it was like a fictionalized Leonard Peltier movie, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
with the white FBI agent with some Indian blood comes to the reservation to save all the Indians from themselves.
Well, The Ghost in the Darkness is not a good movie.
Oh my god, that's so good. What are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about. It is not a good movie.
I
The
am.
story is entertaining, and somehow the movie is just a snooze fest. And you mentioned it, like he didn't always make good choices. The one best choice ever made is definitely not The Island of Dr. Moreau.
Probably not.
Probably not. When a
I'm sure that
documentary is
was-
made about the movie and how bad the movie is and how much of a failure the movie was, yeah, we know that the movie was not fun to be in.
You wanted to work with Brando, right? I mean,
Right. Who wouldn't?
But I get the sense probably, I mean, I don't know enough about his biography to say for sure, but I get the sense he probably wasn't the easiest actor to deal with. He was probably very method.
Did you watch that documentary? Did you watch the documentary about him?
No, I did not. I want to, but I hear it's probably a hard watch.
It is, but but even harder to watch is him as a young man because you're seeing exactly what you're describing, HB. Like he was probably a lot to deal with. He seemed like it wasn't probably the greatest of friends.
Yeah, I mean, I just like I said, just as an observer, that's the sense I got without having seen any of this footage you're talking about. But he was always interesting. He's a great actor. It's a sad thing when somebody's craft is taken from them in such a cruel fashion. I loved seeing him in Maverick. I thought he was very affecting in that. But that might have fed into some of these choices that he made or had to make post Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. I don't know if by that point maybe people were getting tired of his antics, or maybe he just wasn't that popular anymore, and that's what he had to do. But for a time, he was. I mean, he was awesome. He was cool. He made really cool movies. He was charismatic.
And they cast him as fucking Batman. Like,
but the funny thing is that obviously that was a huge deal at the time. But for me, that's one of the last things I think of when I think of Val Kilmer. Like when I think of Val Kilmer, obviously it's The Doors, it's Real Genius, it's Doc Holliday. But Batman, because he was the first one to follow Michael Keaton, right? And then it was George Clooney. All right. Not to take anything away from that movie, but I don't find his role in that all that memorable. I mean, what is memorable about him in that part?
He's just kind of an even-handed Batman. That's it. That's about it. He's like he might be the most even-keeled Batman of any of the Batmen. Like he's just kind of there.
Was that the one with the Riddler? Is that the one that he's in? Okay.
He's a good Bruce Wayne though.
Yeah,
actually. As far as
I like him.
He's the only Playboy other than Clooney. I mean, Clooney's a really good one. Clooney and him is the sort of the Playboy who's pretending he's a drunk Batman. I think they both excel. But I saw Top Secret and Real Genius in the theater. So for me, Val Kilmer's blonde, goofy Val Kilmer. First and foremost, and then he got real serious.
25-year-old Val Kilmer, because he was 25 in 84. Like that's the thing. Like you alluded to it with the documentary. Like he's not a child actor, but he's like a early 20s actor, which may not be much better because the documentary, like you alluded to it, like the documentary paints a picture of a person who let things go to their head clearly. Yeah,
but there is footage of him as a child, like 8mm camera, doing an impression of Robert Shaw from Jaws, and it's fucking hilarious. And he's clearly a star.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. When you are a star and you know you're a star, tend to act like one, and sometimes that rubs people the wrong way. Frankly, I mean, to come back to the Jim Morrison of it all, isn't that kind of why Jim Morrison was the way he was in a lot of ways? Is just he was who he was, and him being him was part of the way of rubbing people the wrong way or bringing people into the fold is because of who he was. And Val Kilmer seems to be an apropos choice in that regard to play Jim Morrison, because it would seem that Val Kilmer is in a lot of ways very similar to the personality that Jim Morrison has in this movie.
Oh, I don't think so. I think Val Kilmer's the complete opposite of Jim Morrison. So I think he's putting in a great performance there, because I think Val Kilmer's Mr. I have to be in control of every fucking aspect of my life. And Morrison was like, yeah, what are these pills? I'll take some more. What do you got? Give me those.
That's true. That's true. I'm more talking about their self-inflated ego of themselves.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I can't argue that.
That's what I was more alluding to. Because again, like, Jim Morrison didn't get to where he was by accident. I mean, there were other people that helped, but he also bought into his own bullshit. Like, and you have to. If you're this level of talent, you have to buy into your own level of bullshit. Otherwise, if you don't believe it, no one else is going.
Don't forget, Pretty factors into this.
Yes. Also, yeah.
If Morrison had looked like Lemmy, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
No. If he looked like Meatloaf's butt, we would not be talking about him in 2024, and Oliver Stone would not have made it.
If he hadn't been a poster on everyone's wall for 20 years leading up to this movie.
He's such a good-looking guy. It's almost unfair, right?
So is Lemmy the prototypical ugly rock star? There's nobody uglier than Lemmy?
That's correct, and Lemmy would cop to that, so I don't feel bad in saying that.
and maybe to go a step further, he is the prototypical ugly British rock star on top of everything else.
Well, he had that big whatever growth on his face that didn't help matters.
Oh, I was talking more about his like facial hair choice. He looks like the kind of guy who would hang around a truck stop.
Yeah, well, what didn't they have like was the Rainbow? He had his own seat at the Rainbow. He would play the little quiz machine. I mean, that's not far off from the truth. He was a guy who liked to hang out and drink and play bar games, basically.
That documentary, the Decline of Western Civilization 2, the Metal Years. What do you think of these pretty boy bands? Good for them.
I wish I was that pretty.
Yeah, I wish I didn't look like a dog's ass shaved and forced to walk backwards.
Oh man, I love that fucking movie. That movie is endlessly quotable, endlessly rewatchable.
It's gold.
Bravo! Thanks for bringing it up.
For anyone who, I wish people who sort of fetishize the 1980s who weren't there for it, that's the movie I would like them to watch. When they think about the fun party hair metal days of rock and roll that they think the Sunset Strip was, and that fucking Rock of Ages jukebox musical bullshit, I'd like them to watch that movie and see what a bunch of creeps they were.
Give us the scuzz. Put a little scuzz on it, as they would say.
Odin. Gazaris. Come down. We got the bikini contest at Gazaris.
But it does make a twisted kind of sense, given that we're talking about the mythologizing and the self-mythologizing of Jim Morrison. But that movie is chock full of posers and wannabe rock stars in the 80s trying to mythologize themselves and make an impact.
That's true.
Not knowing that in 5 years hence, not even like that long, they were going to be completely forgotten. I mean, 99% of the bands featured in that movie did not go on to. They're obsolete, and it's interesting to make
That's funny, Harris, because they and Chris, because all of the guys in that documentary are trying to live Jim Morrison's lifestyle, the one that while simultaneously Oliver Stone will fucking commemorate on screen, it's actually their death knell, because that's when grunge reared its head, and well, we were all sick of them anyway.
Well, I mean, Oliver Stone has no interest in doing what Martin Scorsese and Nicholas Pileggi did in Goodfellas, which is, yes, this lifestyle is fun. Yes, this lifestyle is appealing and has its appeal. But ultimately, if you choose to live this lifestyle, there are very few ways that it can end positively, especially if you're overdoing it and abusing. And this movie doesn't have any interest in trafficking in that part of the story. And not being a cautionary tale, but adding that complexity into this, where, like you said, with something like Decline of Western Civilization, like, these people just saw the idealized version and don't care about the reality, which is fine. It's perfectly fine. That's their prerogative. But that aspect of the story makes for entertaining content. It makes for an interesting story. It makes for a complex character and a conflicted character, as opposed to, like you said, drugs. Give me drugs. I like drugs. I'm going to do all the drugs. Like, all right. Like, rock and roll, I guess. Like,
if you're going to do the drug celebration movie, then fucking commit to it and do the drug celebration movie and dispense with the, the tongue clucking at anything else in his life.
That's why I said the Terry Gilliam of it all. Like,
yeah. But you know what? I would also say that Oliver Stone would also be the right filmmaker to do it if he didn't write the script. If that script was handed to him by a studio and they said like, look, all the rights owners for all the songs have agreed on this script and you can't touch it, and he had to make that movie, then that would be a great movie.
And your kid can't be in.
Ooh, I think he might walk away.
I'm done. Sean Stone can't be Jim Morrison. I have no interest in committing to this project any further.
Do you know I once scared Oliver Stone? He was at my theater, and I was outside in the terrazzo, and there were glass doors between the lobby and the outside, and he was walking past back to his theater from the restroom. And I remember he was wearing one of those, remember those 8-ball jackets, the kind of that Buddy wears on Seinfeld?
Buddy. Yeah.
He was wearing one of those, right? And so I saw him and I went, oh my God, it's Oliver Stone. I love Oliver Stone. So I banged on the glass, and he completely startled, like jumped up in the air, like, oh, like that, and turned around and looked at me, and I went, and I sort of, I emphasized by like pounding my, my finger on the glass, punctuating. I said, I love you. And he went, oh, hey, thanks. And then he went into the theater. That was my one interaction.
What do you think he was thinking about? Do you think he was thinking about Vietnam, Jim Morrison, or JFK in that moment when you spooked him?
Vietnam.
Fair.
I think he was thinking about his sweet 8-ball jacket, and maybe he thought you were complimenting that at first. Like, I love that fucking jacket.
Yeah.
I think his first thought was, 8-ball, why have you failed me? You did not predict this.
I wanted to not interact with people, and you are doing the exact fucking opposite of that.
I think it's a terrible movie, and I'm recommending everyone watch it. And I will continue watching it probably once a year. I probably watch this movie once a year. Just throw it on. Fucking dig it. Bask in it. Luxuriate in the hot tub that is Oliver Stone's version of the late 1960s, the fantasy version that he wished he had experienced. Actually, here's what I'll leave everyone with. Watch The Doors and then immediately go to YouTube and watch a clip from the Ben Stiller show called Oliver Stone Land, which is Ben Stiller as Oliver Stone opening his own theme park, including a Mr. Morrison's Wild Ride, which features animatronic versions of Morrison, like trying to kill Pamela Corson by burning her alive, and it has Dana Gould as Jim Morrison as one of the animatronics going as the car passes him. He goes, "Break on through," and they go into the ride.
Yeah, but doesn't he has he's like, give me some death. Like he keeps he has a lighter and he's lighting.
No, that's when he's trying to kill Pamela Corson. He's like, give me some death. She keeps going, no, Jim, no. It's great. And like before, when you're trying to get on the ride, they have one of those, you must be this tall to get on. And there's a kid and he's too short to get on the ride. And Oliver Stone says, no, that's okay. We question authority here. Go on, you little lizard king.
Man, that was a pretty good Ben Stiller as Oliver Stone. HP, final thoughts on The Doors.
I was of mixed emotions. Like I said, it was a very different experience watching it. I don't think I'd seen it in easily 5 or more years, but I enjoyed it and I was frustrated by it in sometimes equal measure. But the spectacle of it still works for me. The idealized version of the 60s still rings true. It looks beautiful and the concert stuff's phenomenal. So I still recommend it. I just don't think, if you're looking for some deep analysis of Morrison, you're going to be sorely disappointed. But, this is what we got. There's, to Father Malone's point, there's not going to be a Doors movie, a dramatized version of The Doors anytime soon. So enjoy it because it's what you got, kids.
Father Malone, what about you? This is the final movie of the month. This is it for the month of September. This is your opportunity.
Quote Jim Morrison, what a long, strange trip it's been. I'm waiting for HP to correct me, but it's just
I laughed. I'm gonna let that hang. I'm not gonna correct you on it. I think I'll trust people to do the research after they hear that, but
I just don't want anyone writing in telling me what an idiot I am because I'm quoting the Dead instead of The Doors.
No, I got it. Thought it was fun.
I think I've said it. Oh, look, here's how I'll sum up the month. You should have seen these movies a long time ago. And now, just in talking to you every time about these, I'm referencing other movies that you haven't seen. And now there's a whole new list. God damn it.
Hey, man, I still want to watch JFK.
Yeah, that's a pretty great one. It's pretty important. It's an important movie, I think. Definitely, that cemented, I think, Oliver Stone's sort of place as an important person in cinematic history. I think this is his most lighthearted romantic movie, as much as it's about a guy killing himself slowly. It's presented in the most romantic way of any of his features. And I just think, sometimes you want to live in a movie. I want to live in this movie. I think this would be a fun movie. It seems like even the worst drug addicts are having a pretty good time and nothing's all that bad there. So
isn't that the point?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think Oliver Stone's done a lot of.
Oh, yeah.
You like that? I don't know if he really knows about the drug doing experience, really, if this is his reaction to it.
Sure.
I kid. Obviously, Oliver Stone's probably done more drugs than the world would care to know. I know, like you alluded to, I had not seen any of these movies this month, and this was a good one to end on. There's a lot to like here. There's a lot to enjoy here. There's a lot to suggest to other people to check out if they haven't seen it. I mean, it's a great performance. There's some great live stuff going on. I mean, you do get to hear the Doors music for 2.5 hours, which, if you're into the Doors, I don't know how you're not going to imminently just be into that. But yeah, no, I enjoy
Another
it.
bonus in seeing it in the theater, by the way, is hearing it on a fucking giant sound system.
Oh, I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
And by the way, kids, if in your hometown they have a laserium at the local planetarium, and they're doing a Doors show, go check it out.
I was going to mention that too. I didn't want to presume that I'd want to bring up too much from our past, but yeah, we went to the Museum of Science and we saw the Doors laser show. A lot of laser lizards crawling across the planetarium. It was,
Can that be the name of our
fun.
Doors cover band? Laser Lizards.
Laser lizards.
Totally.
Laser Lizards.
What else would we call it?
I am the Laser Lizard King. Good old Jim Morrison. What do you think Jim Morrison would think of this podcast? Us talking about him for 2 hours. He'd be happy, right? Be having a good time,
Of course.
right?
Well,
Or two.
if Ray Manzarek is to be believed, he came in one day at a radio station in the swamp in the late 1970s, set everyone straight. Remember that novel?
The Poet in Exile. That's what it was called. It was Ray Manzarek's wish fulfillment, where there's a fictional version of Jim who has faked his own death, and then he reaches back out to the fictional Ray. But it turns out that, spoiler alert, the fictional Jim has cancer, so he's going to die anyway. But he just wants to kind of like make amends and tell Ray, pseudo Ray, what it's all about. It's embarrassing. Doesn't even begin to cover like my feeling of reading this, but yeah.
It's externalizing something that I have a really hard time understanding, because I've never been there, and none of us have ever been there with something like this. Like we've been there with relationships, but like a working like relationship where the person like just is gone. I don't know if any of us have any of like that directly. So it's fucking strange to have someone externalizing that for other people. Like, if you're going to write that story, that's like a deeply personal thing. Like, why are you sharing that? Like, it's like that weird Danny Boyle movie where John Lennon was still alive. Imagine
Yesterday.
or yesterday or what? Yeah. It's like,
Yeah.
Ugh. Like, this is fucking weird. Like, this is weird. And like, again, like it reminds me of Twilight Zone 85, where it's like, you're just like, externalized wish fulfillment because you didn't get everything you wanted in life. Ray Manzarek, who was an immensely talented keyboardist. Like, we get it. Jim Morrison passed away and you didn't feel like you got to atone or get anything out there. But like, I'm not sure we as a race need to read your externalized musings. Cause yeah, I looked into that as well. And I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, this sounds cringe on the face of it. Like, it's so...
It is in practice as well.
Right. It sure sounds like it.
I was going to say, the only other person I can think of who did anything similar, ironically, we were talking about Man on the Moon, but it was Bob Zamuda. I think he made a whole cottage industry of putting out books about, is Andy Kaufman alive? Is he, kind of like ringing
He took it one step
hands.
further. He showed up as Tony Clifton and did gigs.
Yeah. So yeah, there is precedent for that, but it was never more cringy than when Ray did it.
All that points to is that really everyone's been missing the point the whole time. They need to make another Doors movie, but focus on Ray. Seriously, make a movie about the Doors and make Morrison a minor character. Make him sort of a drunken stumblebum that everyone has to deal with.
Right. I agree. I agree with you 100%. That's the way you address this story moving forward. Is there's no more of Jim Morrison's story that needs to be told. Everybody else at this point could stand to have their stories fleshed out a little bit. And it is surprising that this is the only Doors thing we've ever gotten. Because I mean, again, like there have been more Beatles things than there have been the Doors.
It's the Beatles you're talking about.
But it's not the Doors are not whether one step below the Beatles.
There are several steps below the Beatles.
Several steps.
You think so?
Yeah. I think there's the Beatles, there's the Rolling Stones, and maybe one or two steps below the Stones is probably the Doors somewhere in there. And that's coming from a big Doors fan.
Right. But like that's still two steps below the fucking Beatles. Is my point. Like, you know what I mean? Like the level of importance of the band is still there. It's shocking that the Doors nobody has gone any further with the Doors since.
Right. Well, I'm sure everyone will hear with the interview with Randall Johnson, but there was a huge rights issue for a long, long time because Morrison gave his rights to Pamela Courson, so now her family has the rights to Morrison's poetry. So if you want to use his poetry, you have to do that. And some of the songs were written for Pamela. So some of those songs have to be worked out there. And then there's a whole publishing company that owns some of it. And so getting anyone to agree to get this movie made was a fucking miracle.
Right.
And I don't know what that situation is to this day, who owns what or who's the controlling factor, but like I'm sure any attempt to make a new one, they're going to have to go through that same fucking obstacle.
Right. And
that's a drag because they're going to have to deal with the families of these people who don't want their progeny, or rather forebears fucking being, portrayed as anything but nice.
Right. Freddie Mercury was a great guy. He had no problem. None. He just liked to do a little cocaine. That's it. Gay sex? He was gay? When that's the movie's response to Freddie Mercury being gay, it's just like, he is gay? Yeah.
They spend a lot of time with his female friend at the beginning of the movie.
They sure do. It's like, we know a lot about Freddie Mercury not being straight. He's not a straight guy. Would you stop movie? Like, we know. Yeah. Well, that's enough talking about Bohemian Rhapsody. More talking about that movie than that movie fucking deserves. And hey, just let's feel bad for a moment and remember that Rami Malek did in fact win an Oscar for that movie and didn't sing a single fucking word of a single fucking Queen song. And Val Kilmer actually sang in this movie. This, who fucking cares, right? No parody in art. Who fucking cares?
No, not at all.
Yeah. Well, how dare you do anything more than nothing and just show up with fake teeth in for an entire movie?
To be fair, like, who's going to replicate Freddie Mercury's voice? Morrison had a passable singing voice. Morrison wrote very well, and he was very, very pretty and was clearly a good front man, but it wasn't because he had the greatest rock and roll voice or anything.
And maybe just don't have him sing in the movie. It's not like the things that were interesting weren't happening on stage. They were probably happening off stage anyway.
But then if you do that, then you have there's been several Jimi Hendrix movies where they can't figure out the rights issues.
Right.
So you get, it's like Wired where they can't do the Blues Brothers. So they do like, I'm a King Bee or whatever. Those honestly, like those Hendrix movies are just not interesting. And I fear that without that stamp of Doors music on it, it's just not going to be nearly as interesting or electric for people to see. I don't know. Have you seen any of those Hendrix biopics? There's one with the guy from Outkast, which was terrible.
Andre 3000, I thought it was garbage.
Yeah.
That is the only one that I've seen. And yes.
But there's one other one. There was like a TV, like a Showtime movie or something like that. And I saw another one. It was really, really bad. Like, maybe it's good that we haven't seen any more Doors properties made. Like, there's a very real possibility that this could have been that Monkees movie, that VH1 Behind the Music dramatization of the Monkees story.
There's a ton of drama. I mean, look, this could, This could have been 8 Mile. I mean, I would say this movie is as good as 8 Mile in terms of like telling a story. But yeah, I think we can go for an hour probably naming all the bad movie biopics that exist out there. And there could have been plenty more of Doors ones, if not for the fact that they don't want to play ball, which nothing wrong with that. Sometimes not playing ball is the easiest way to make things not happen, is just refuse to pick up the phone. So, we as people who spend years talking about Tales from the Crypt know all about people refusing to pick up the phone to do anything about licensing and rights for things that they had nothing to do with other than inheriting the rights for. So must be hard to be the Gaines family, let's put it that way. Or the Morris, or whoever manages Jim Morrison stuff, or Ray Manzarek's family. Like, you're not doing anything. You're just making sure that they don't look any worse or better than they ever have for the next 100 years is all you can do at this point.
Oh my God. And as those guys die, like their families get involved too. Oh, it's just going to get worse and worse.
Right. Well, they'll just have to find new stories to tell.
All they needed to do was get Ray, and they needed to get the Doors on board, and then Pamela Corson's family. Now it's like a bunch of families.
Yeah, now it's like a decision by committee.
Hopefully they're a bunch of money grubbers, and they're just like, oh, we don't care. Do whatever you want. Just give us the cash. Because I know nothing of my family member who is distant to me.
I do not know Jim Morrison or Ray Manzarek. These are people that were talked about in hallowed tones. I didn't know them. Fuck them.
Exactly.
Fuck them in both ears for all I care. They're just the people who made us a lot of money that we cash these checks that we get from music licensing groups every year for hundreds of thousands of dollars, I'm sure, if not millions of dollars, probably the case of the Doors. So.
Well, I guess you can't say at least that you can say at least about Oliver Stone that he wasn't doing this movie as a cash grab. He really did love Jim Morrison.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's for sure. So on that note, let's take a break and we'll play a preview for the next Culture Cast, along with an interview from screenwriter J. Randall Johnson.
Hi, I'm Susan.
And I'm Sharon. And we're the hosts of 80s TV Ladies.
Check us out wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
And please like and follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at 80s TV Ladies.
You can find interviews and exclusive behind-the-scenes content on all of your favorite 80s TV ladies.
80s TV Ladies is the place to go. Please join us.
Hi, this is HP from Noise Junkies.
And this is Father Malone from Dark Destinations.
Please join us as we examine one of the greatest sitcoms in television history, Taxi, on Night Mr. Walters, a Taxi podcast.
Good night, Mr. Walters.
Good evening, and welcome to Night Gallery.
Thank you, Rod. And I want to welcome everyone to Midnight Viewing, where once a month we talk all about your follow-up to The Twilight Zone, Rod Serling's Night Gallery.
They say it's Rod Serling's Night Gallery, and it isn't really Rod Serling's Night Gallery, it's somebody else's.
Oh, we know. We talk about it a lot. Your curators at Midnight Viewing are the projection booth's Mike White.
What can happen to human beings when trust is wiped out by suspicion?
And CultureCast's Chris Stashew.
Small boy encased in a crystal ball.
And I'm Father Malone.
The kind of thing that usually infests nightmares.
Join us monthly at Midnight Viewing, the Night Gallery podcast at weirdingwaymedia.com.
Doesn't remotely belong to me. I have no proprietary interest in that at all.
I'm lucky enough to be sitting down right now and talking to Mr. Randall Johnson. He is the credited co-author of the script, but really he wrote the script that became The Doors, let's say. How would you say it?
I would say that we share credit.
Okay.
It's Oliver's movie. There's
Right.
no doubt about that. But I walked point, so to speak, for 3 drafts before I was relieved of duty. And then they went through a couple of other writers and spit them out. And then Oliver read my drafts when he came on board and circled back and said, I want to work off of these. And I did 2 or 3 drafts. I'm not sure exactly which one. He might have gotten all 3. I know he got at least 2.
And how did we get there, Mr. Johnson? How do we get to the even first draft?
Well,
Let's go back, shall we?
let's go back, shall we? There, Dr. Father. Oh, it's quite a yarn. Oh, gosh. Well,
In it.
as I said, I entered film school at UCLA in 1979. And so Jim Morrison had only been dead like 8 years prior to that. So I was fortunate enough to actually have 3 instructors there, Bill Adams, Ed Brokaw, and Lou Stuman, who had Jim and Ray as students.
And what kind of students were they?
Well, it was...
This is all hearsay, everybody, but what would the instructor say about these young fellows, these long hairs?
Oh, well, they were kind of long-haired too. They were kind of hip, quite frankly. Except Brokaw was reportedly Jim's favorite instructor. And the reason why...
According to Brokaw.
Yeah, well, no. No. I think it was Danny Sugarman who first mentioned him, and No One Here Gets Out Alive, which I read, but we did not have the rights to that book, to it. So, but anyway,
How much of that book would you have adapted anyway, honestly?
Not much. I am suspect of anything without footnotes. I at least try to find some truth and to have something verified by 2 different sources, because I was trained as a reporter initially. So there's a part of me that is like always wanting to be Woodward and Bernstein. Get the facts, and then you start weaving in the creativity. But anyway, thing about Brokaw, I circled back once I got the gig. I circled back to meet him and interview him, and he agreed to do it. But he's very eccentric, and he was eccentric then, and I think that was one reason why Jim liked him a lot, because he was a World War II vet. He was in the Signal Corps, served in Burma, and so he was always around cameras. But he came back in post-war, and he was in New York, active in New York during the late 50s, early 60s. He knew Cassavetes, he knew Coltrane and Miles Davis. He was a big jazz kid, and he was very avuncular looking. You would look at him; he's balding on top, and these big rosy cheeks, and was always looked like a nice tie and this and that. Always had like, this guy is like, he's no beatnik. I didn't know him in that day. Maybe he was, but I did know that there were stories about him. And so sometimes, and he taught editing. So, at UCLA, what you had to do at that time was for the editing class, you had to take an action sequence from the old Gunsmoke TV series. You had to cut it together. And there were varying ways of how you could do that. So some people made it very satiric. Some people did a straight ahead version of it or whatever. But there were limited edit bays that you could do it in with the Moviolas. And so therefore, if you got whatever slot you signed up for or that was assigned to you, you had to go in. So sometimes it would be 2 to 4 in the morning or longer or whatever. Inevitably, if I'm there, I remember shooting a gun in the Moviola, trying to cut this fucking thing in. I just I have to take a break. So I'd take a break and walk around the deserted campus at that time in Melnitz Hall. And then I went over to McGowan, which was the next door. It's where the theater portion of the theater arts thing. Upstairs were all the faculty offices. And it was always abandoned and stuff like that. It was quiet. And I just kind of walk up and down the halls and let my head clear up. Always walk by Brokaw's office. There'd be a light on. You could see that underneath the door, and there would be some kind of blistering jazz, just
wow,
late Coltrane, free jazz, just blasting out of there. And I remember that so many times I would stroll by and I'm looking, and then there were rumors he was living in his office, and he lived out of there. And sometimes when you walked by, if you ever saw the door opened. He had one of those Asian screens, the folded screen that kind of blocked what you could see into the whole thing. So I thought, oh, maybe he was. Anyway, circling way back.
I love this man.
I know. He possessed an encyclopedic mind on the history of filmmaking. I mean, he could talk grain stock. He could talk all sorts of cameras, apertures, settings, and all of it, this and that. It was fascinating. But when I came back and talked to him about the Doors, he said, come on, let's go down. He walked me down to the North Campus to where the original Quonset hut was that they had at UCLA. And that was the era that Jim and Ray attended there. This is 60, 63, 64. So
the original UCLA film school was inside a Quonset hut?
Yeah. Bungalow 3K7.
Why wasn't that in the movie?
Well, it probably would have been cost too much to replicate.
Come on, man. He had ILM working for him.
Well, but it was in my script.
Of course, because you wrote a good script of it. Okay.
But anyway, he said, and he walked off the exact dimensions. He said, the front door is here, edit bays were here. You go down here, He walked it up, and then he finished it off with saying that there was a porta potty outside the bungalow that served the film school, and he said that on the inside of it, somebody had written some graffiti and said, Jim Morrison has the ass of an angel on the inside of them. Years later, Bungalow 3K7 is raised. They take it down and they build the new facility, which I attended at Melnitz Hall. He said that the first year it opened, in the lobby at Melnitz Hall, the door to that porta potty mysteriously showed up and was in the lobby for the longest time with Jim Morrison has the ass of an angel. And I remember that just, what I would give for that porta potty door now.
Yeah, who's got it?
Right. And, in talking about Jim and Ray, he said that Jim functioned differently than the other guys. He said Ray was the filmmaker of the two because Ray was very cinematic. He could see things. Jim was out in the abstract, and he found it very, very difficult for him to ground his ideas cinematically. He was very complex in that regard. So he felt that cinema wasn't exactly his art form, but poetry, music, all of that was where he needed to be. And I thought that was a really insightful explanation for him. So anyway, so how the Doors how did that happen? Well, I'd written
actually, let me ask, because I love Ray Manzarek. I'm fascinated by that motherfucker. And so he said, was he saying Ray was a more natural filmmaker than Morrison?
Yes.
I mean, because we've seen what Ray's done. I mean, he's cut together some like Doors videos and stuff, like LA Woman and stuff. So I'm just wondering if there was like, if he had enough promise to have pursued that and not been the keyboard player for the Doors.
I think that was the idea.
Yeah.
I think getting music and playing the keyboards was a side gig. It was fun for him. In fact, in peeking at the old paper drafts that I have, and like I said, I don't have a digital thing. My first draft of the Doors was on a manual Smith Corona typewriter.
As it should be.
Yeah, and I still hit a computer keyboard like it's a manual thing. I hammer it. I can't stop that. But I came across some dialogue and it made me think. I remember Ray talking about it to me that after film school, he had a little interest in him based on the student films that he had done. He'd done two pretty good in student 16 millimeter black and white films. And he was going to meet some people at MGM. They had an interest in, but I guess he told me, I think that he went to the meeting and it just went nowhere. And these guys were different. It was not his tribe. And then he started taking off. He encountered Jim later on, and then it went off from there. So, but
I can't imagine most people walking out of film school right into a studio and going like, I can get where they're coming from and they know where I'm coming from. Especially like what 63, 4.
Oh yeah. No, it didn't really happen. There was, I mean, the studio system was still in existence in the old form. The independent filmmaking, I mean, who's doing that? No. And then there was always television was burgeoning at that time as well. So no. So we can circle back on Ray, but if you,
I didn't mean to interrupt, but I just love him.
That's quite all right. So how it came about was I had dudes in production and it kind of goes back to that horror film I wrote, Slaughter Alley. I got the job for Dudes because the producer read that script. He knew it was under option, but he wanted to know what other ideas I had, and which I didn't have at the time. But I just sort of I said, punk rockers in the wilds of Wyoming. And he looked at me and he said, I fucking like that. Come back when you got a story. And I did. I kept coming back and I kept pounding back and I coming back. Every couple of weeks I had more story. And then finally he said, okay, we're going to pay you to write this. And you're going to have to get into the Writers Guild and there's a strike coming. So we're going to make this fast. And then you're going to go and write a first draft while the strike's on. And then when the strike's over, you'll give us the draft. and then maybe we'll make it. And so that's pretty much how it went down.
Pressurized from the get-go, huh?
Sort of, but they just took a chance, but they were an independent company at that time called Vista Films. And anyhow, so the script changed quite a bit from what I originally pitched them, but I still had punkers out in the wilds of Wyoming and delivered on that. Penelope Spheris came aboard because the producer said, well, there's only two people who can direct this, either Penelope Spheris or Alex Cox. And Cox was kind of doing his own thing. But Penelope came in and quote unquote, she impressed the shit out of us. So she was on board and we were moving fast on that.
She's still impressing to this day. God bless her.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally. And so anytime you have a movie in production or going to be in production or a hot script, your stock in the business goes up, right? It's a little bit like being a professional athlete. Your batting average is going up. People want to talk contract. Or when's that contract up? Or you're going to get more money and more power in the business. Anyway, because of that, suddenly I was in the zeitgeist. And so William Morris, my agency at the time, was sending me out to different meetings. And so I was meeting a lot of people. And in the midst of it, I was making music videos for the Minutemen and Black Flag and some other groups, but I was seeing a lot of punk rock and a lot of stuff that was going on. That was just shaking my world. What happened then was my roommate at the time was dating the woman who was assigned the Doors at Columbia Pictures. And in classic studio fashion,
after all the meetings and all the pitches and all the working, your roommate's girlfriend is in charge of the movie.
Unbelievable. Great stroke of luck, though, I will tell you. So, and her name's Jude Schneider, and Jude, Mike, my roommate, said she's been handed this project by the brass over at Columbia, and she's got to find the writer for it, but she's having a hard time. Self-admittedly, she's super square. She doesn't know anything about music or rock music. And I told her that she should talk to you. And he said, oh, is that okay? And I said, yeah, that's okay. But, for me, this was such a long shot. This was a studio film. I had a high profile already. There were rumors about John Travolta wanting to play Jim Morrison and all of this. I said, it's going to be a cattle call. Anyway, I went and met Jude and we had a good conversation, and she said, I'm going to put you in touch with the producer on this project, the lead producer. Okay. And recommend that you have a meeting. And that's okay. So we did. And I met Sasha Harari, who was an Israeli computer magnate. He'd made a shit ton of money in software at this time. This is 1985. Okay. Or 86, actually, I take that back. And
those floppy disks weren't cheap.
No, damn right. Damn right. And strangely enough, he was the most aggressive of all the people involved in it. And he had bought his way into the project. He had purchased the sync rights to Doors music.
Whoa. Okay. Then
so
he's involved.
Yeah. So that anytime a Doors song is used in a movie, a commercial, or whatever, he's the piper you have to pay. Okay. So it was like kind of a stroke of genius in terms of how he positioned himself into this. But he was a rookie producer as well. So it was very interesting. Anyway, I met with him. We had lunch at a place on the Sunset Strip there. And I remember just like, this is going nowhere fast. We're not connecting at all. He kind of mumbled. Had a very thick Israeli accent, and he's soft spoken and whatnot. And I was literally getting ready to leave because I just knew this was a disaster. And then I made some comment about, I compared Jim Morrison to Lawrence of Arabia. And he cocked his head and said, "What do you mean?" And I said, both of these guys, they were in their late 20s at the time of their fame. They were thrust into history. And they had a huge spotlight that was put on them. And I know that it was the case with Lawrence, but I suspect it is with Morrison, that the discrepancy between the public and performance self was vastly different from the private self. And as they got bigger, more and more famous, more and more popular, more and more pressure put on them, that discrepancy was amplified and stretched and stretched and stretched to the point of where it breaks. For Lawrence, it was being captured by the Turks and tortured. And for Morrison, I said, it might have been Miami, where he
totally
committed character assassination himself. So we ended up speaking for another 2 or 3 hours about all of this. And so the next thing I know, I'm in a meeting at Fox Studios.
Wow.
With the surviving Doors.
Wow.
And Sasha. And it was in the office of a guy that I have to mention, and his name is Tom Rickman. And Tom Rickman wrote Coal Miner's Daughter.
Wow.
He was a terrific screenwriter, and he had an overall deal at Fox. And he had been offered a gig first, because one music movie means another, right? And Tom, who had met Jim Morrison a couple of times, declined. He didn't want to do it, but he said, "I'll mentor whatever writer that you get along." So we're there in his office, and I'm meeting Ray, and I'm meeting John, and I'm meeting Robbie. And I came in and look, I was a Doors fan. I had 2 older brothers, 10 and 12 years older than me. So I heard a lot of music at my house I wasn't listening to like shitty stuff. I was listening really good. I was a Doors fan, but I wasn't a Doors addict.
Right.
You know? I liked them, but I didn't think they were like, oh God, I will open a vein for Jim. I got to make my pilgrimage to Paris and see the great. But I came in and
you know what? The person who is that person should not be writing this movie.
You're right.
Because that person ended up writing the movie.
Because I feel this, you need to have a layer of objectivity to this to make any fucking sense out of it. Otherwise, you're going to get lost. It's like a quicksand you'll sink into. So I sat down and immediately I looked at Ray. I said, I went to UCLA, and oh yeah. And I said, did you have Brokaw? And he said, oh yeah, Brokaw. Yeah. We started talking about Brokaw, and then Lou Stuhlman, the guy, and and then I said, so cool, you're producing X. So Ray and I just started immediately talking about punk rock and everything. And I laid it down right away. I said, I got to tell you guys, I don't feel you guys were ever sort of hippies. I think you were beatniks more than anything. And that's the vibe that you brought to this. And that's a big reason why your music still holds up and is still embraced by the punk generation as well. They recognize that. There's nothing cute and flowery and please come to San Francisco and with flowers in your hair. There's get the meaningful stuff, substantive stuff. And so they seem to really like that. And then Dinsmore pipes in and says, so Penelope Spheris is directing this movie you wrote? And I said, yeah. And he said, is there a part in it for me? Because he was doing some acting then. And I said, oh, gee, John, I can make some calls and I'll find out. I'm sure there can be. And I did. I called Penelope after this and I said, hey, I was in this meeting. Dinsmore was there. And she said, oh, I know John. And I said, he wants a role in the movie, didn't he? And she said, oh, yeah, we can find him something. So he ended up being cast. He's a cop. You know, they get blown away. Yeah, that's right. You've seen it. So he's blown away.
He's really, really natural. He's a really natural actor.
He is, isn't he? He was so good. The little wink he gets when he's getting the coffee and stuff. And then he gets blown away by leaving. It's just like so good.
You know what's funny? Speaking of, both of those guys are in one of my favorite movies of all time from 1983, Alan Arkish's film Get Crazy.
I've never seen it.
Oh, fucking A. You got to see Get Crazy. It just came out on Blu-ray. It hasn't been available since 83.
Oh, that's why I've never seen it.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Thank you for telling me that. That's the second one. Father, you were leading me the right path.
I'm on the Blu-ray.
Yes. Okay. Awesome. Yeah. But so anyway, that kicked in and everything like that. And we just had a really pleasant meeting. We came back they called me back like a few days later and everybody was there again. And I remember that they ordered out for sandwiches or something. We were eating some lunch in Tom's office again. And then something to the effect of like Sasha was just saying, so look, when you start researching and when you start writing, you're going to do this and this and that. And I did that one, the cartoon double take to Sasha. And I said, do I have the job? And he goes, yeah, you have the job. And I'm just like, oh, that's like I was that moment of like, fuck, I got this job. And then it was like, fuck, I got a job. Jesus. And then the whole thing started. Okay. So this is 1986.
Can I just ask, you mentioned that like by the time that you were involved, there had already been rumblings of John Travolta wanting that part, right? But had you heard about previous versions or attempts at getting it? Because what I had heard was that by the late 70s, De Palma was attempting to make one with John Travolta. Like that was one. Were there others or?
No, it was all the same project. But
okay.
Here was the thing. It was Bill Graham that came in and settled everything. And the reason for that is that there were competing rights holders.
Okay.
So you had the Surviving Doors, who owned the publishing of the music and their life likenesses, right? Then you had the parents of Jimbo. And then you had the parents of Pamela Corson, his girlfriend / common law wife.
Right.
Longer alive. The Corsons owned Jim's notebooks of poetry and stuff. In addition, their daughter was like the love of Jim's life.
Right.
And so each of them, and then you had Sasha holding the sync rights. So you had these competing things that you can't make a movie about the Doors without having the Doors music, right? You can't do this without the other. So they were constantly fighting and quibbling amongst each other, and they could never get anything done. And that's what has prevented, I think, the Janis Joplin movie. It's prevented a definitive Hendrix movie from getting made, right? So it took no less of a personality than Bill
Graham.
Bill Graham's
impresario.
Yeah. And I'm not intimidated by celebrity much, but I was intimidated. He's an intimidating guy. And
no doubt.
In the twilight of his years. Can you imagine him in 67 or so?
Yeah, he was probably tough in in the 60s, never mind in the 80s. He doesn't give a shit anymore.
Well, but he did, and he brought all the parties together and he said, okay, we're not leaving this room until we have a deal. We're going to make this happen. So he came aboard as an executive producer, et cetera. But he didn't want to be in development. He didn't really want to be a part of it. He said, you can interview me and anything like that or whatever. But anyway, so this is the thing. So all of this was in place by the time that they reached out, Jude reached out to me and started that ball rolling, and I got the gig. And it just came back. We started talking, and I said, look, I said, no disrespect, but I said, I don't see John Travolta as Jim. I said, you need somebody who's fucking darker, tougher, something like that. And I said, look, I would much rather see Henry Rollins as Jim than I would see some Travolta, quite frankly. And plus, I said, it's a distraction. Travolta's too much of a star now.
Totally.
You need to go with somebody who's a little bit more under the radar. Because I cited Peter O'Toole in Lawrence of Arabia. Nobody knew who Peter O'Toole was until that movie.
Right.
And then it was like, oh, wow. So it's so much easier. You don't have the baggage of suspension of disbelief. No, it is. And Val Kilmer was Jim Morrison when we saw, right? So I think they really dug that. I think they saw that. And by the fact that I was making videos with Black Flag and stuff, Ray, that seemed to impress Ray as well. And we just immediately, there was a kindred, a collegial feeling that was in that room at that time. And so then I started, and so Sasha says, okay, well, so you got the gig. So take a couple of weeks to research and then start writing the script.
Not daunting at all.
Okay. Right. So we don't have the rights to No One Here Gets Out Alive.
Good.
So there's no.
Yeah, but there's no word. There's no documentation.
Right. There's no internet. There's no Google. There's no Wikipedia. There's one biography, and No One Here Gets Out Alive. So now I'm going to libraries and things and getting any kind of article I can about that. And then it's all about interviews, going out and talking to people. So obviously the Doors themselves had an open door policy, pun intended. And I started interviewing them. What were your recollections here? What is this and that and whatever? Ray, and I loved Ray, but when it came to the Doors, Ray had kind of the blinders on. And Ray is the keeper of the faith.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
So no one shall
Certainly.
escape from the holy document. And
That's right. Jim Morrison is a shaman, and that's how it shall be.
yeah. We met on the beach, and it was like, wow, And so I interviewed Ray 2 or 3 times by this point, and it was like, okay, I ain't getting where I need to go. I asked him at one point though, I caught him a little bit. I said, was Jim gay? And he was taking a pull off of a beer, and it was really like a comic type of thing.
A take.
And oh, that's telling. And he put the bottle down, and he said, I think Jim was attracted to beauty in all its forms. And he said, if there's a moment in the film in which, like we're pulling up a red carpet or entering a big gig or something like that, some gay guy just comes out and grabs Jim, plants a kiss on his mouth, that wouldn't be out of character. Okay. So that was interesting. Okay. But that's about as far as it went. And so Robbie was a little bit of a difficult interview. Densmore was really trying hard to make it, to give me as much as I could. And I got some good stuff from him, because he was just trying to hold it together at the end. It was just, Jim was uncontrollable, and he just wanted to make good music. And he said it was terrifying. It got to the point that at the end of the big shows, he just didn't know what was going to happen. Would there be a riot? Could the police come? Could Jim drop trout? Any number of things. And he said, as a musician, you just didn't know. I can only improvise so much, and it was fucking scary. It's really what it was.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember my cues here, man. Stop the place down.
Totally. And so the interview that really changed things was with Paul Rothchild. And Paul's name was bandied about for a while, of course. And of course I wanted to interview him because he was often like not the fifth Beatle, but the fifth Door. So I finally got the green light to meet him and went up to his place in Laurel Canyon. And again, he was a little bit guarded there at first, but we started talking and he could see that I was very conversant because in the music of the time, my middle brother had a lot of the records that Paul had been a Paul Butterfield blues band. Paul had produced and everything. So I was conversant and talking about that. And I think
That's helpful.
yeah. And stuff. And so it was a good interview. And then I think I came back. And then I came back again. And it was about the third interview that I was up there and he goes, "So how's it going?" I said, "Well," I said, it's going, but I said, it's tough going. And I said, I'm getting radically conflicting reports on Jim. I said, if anything, it's like the blind man touching the elephant. "Oh yeah, I got the trunk and I know what Jim was all about. No, dude, you're holding the tusk, or no, you're holding the tail, or no, you're holding the side panel or whatever." Everybody thought they had a take on Jim, but they did not have a take on Jim. But collectively, there were some things here that was starting to emerge. And that was that he was the smartest guy I ever met. Never saw him without a book in his hand. And he was honest to the point of being brutal. So I remember him just kind of looking at me and he said, "I'm going to tell you something. And I haven't told this to anyone before, but," he said, "I think it may help you." I said, "Okay." He said, twice during my recordings with him, once during, I think he said, the first album, and then once during the third or fourth album, Jim came to me and said, "Paul, I can't get it up." It's just how he said. And Paul he said, I said, "What'd you say?" And I said, "Well," he said, "at first I was shocked, of course. You think this is like the rock and roll animal, right?" And he said, "Well, Jim," and Jim had come to him because Paul was like the elder statesman, all of like 32 years old or whatever he was at that time. But Paul had spent jail time for pot possession and everything, and done the New York thing. He had a lot of respect for Paul. So Paul said, "Well, maybe lay off the booze, lay off the drugs, and maybe see a shrink, right?" "Okay." Well, Paul said, "We know he didn't lay off the booze, and we know he didn't lay off the drugs, and he did see a shrink, but apparently talked circles around the shrink, and it went nowhere." So he said, "Look into this. He said, I think this might provide some clues as to the source of Jim's angst," is how he said it. Wow. So, and I said, "Well, is it because he was gay or because I don't know?" And I said it wasn't just an occasional bump. He said chronic, emphasized it, chronic. Holy shit. So where to go, right?
Yeah.
What do I do now? Pamela's dead. So I got to find a reliable source to where this could be. And so we could do it. So coincidentally, I have a roommate at the time, and he comes back one night and he says, "Oh yeah, I was at the party but I met this woman who said she had a relationship with Jim, said she'd slept with Jim." Well, the cartoon double take again. "Who was she? Where did you find out who she was?" And he's, "No." I said, "You find out. You've got to find out who she was." So he did, and I got her number. And in the meantime, I went to the other doors and asked about this. Ray didn't want anything to do with it. I don't buy any of this. Densmore said, "I know someone you can talk to who had a relationship with Jim." Okay. So I contacted both women independently. Neither one knew I was talking to the other. And one turns out lived like a block away from where I lived, right at that moment, in West Hollywood. And so we met at a corner bar, and she had been a writer for the not the LA Weekly, but the LA Free Press and rock critic. So and the Doors vetted her. Oh yeah, she was around. I remember seeing her. She's real. It's not. Everyone was a little concerned about which lady in the East, Patricia Keneally.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they would be. She seems like a cuckoo berry.
Yeah, and that's what happened. And that just didn't. They said, don't talk to her, and we don't have the rights to her story anyway. Okay, so here I am in this bar, and I had a beer or two. That was important. I said, I have to ask you something. I invoked the name of Paul Rothschild, which as father, and your people who look at you with respect, there's a moment of hush. And she said, he said, Jim came to me twice, and I related exactly what he related to her. And she said, turn off the tape recorder.
Oh.
And I said, okay. She said, oh yeah, problem. Didn't make him any less sexy. He was incredibly sexy, but it was a big problem. And she said he could get it up, but boy, it took a lot of foreplay and a lot of creative foreplay and stuff, but it was an issue. Okay. Cut to the other woman that Dinsmore took me on. Same thing. I asked the same question. Turn off the tape recorder. If you attribute this to me, in public, I'll flatly deny it. She said. She worked in the film business, and she had kind of a high profile. So I understood that. She said, "Oh, big problem. Oh, big problem." She said, "I didn't know what to do. I'd never encountered this before." Okay, so now I'm in the picture, right? Okay, but the thing that blew my mind is that both women interviewed separately. One knew him at the height of his fame, and the other had a relationship with him while he was still in film school.
Oh.
So what this said then to me is that this was not a complication of the fame or anything. If this was something that was rooted in his physiology, his psychology, much more deeper than all of this. So it was already in place. Okay.
Chronic,
as Paul said. So I came back to the producers, and I came back to Sasha, and I told because I had gone, oh my God, this is great. We understand now the source of the angst. Here he is, the sexiest guy being hailed, the sexiest guy since Marlon Brando, right? In his tight leather pants, training up in front of 10,000 screaming men and women, and who all want to fuck him. And he knows in his own mind, I can't get it up. He knows he's living a lie, and biggest lie ever. So I would drink a lot if that were my case, right? I would really, at a certain point. And so for a guy who was known to be brutally honest with people, who did not suffer fools, for him to harbor a lie like this, a secret like this, he can't square it, see? So there's going to be some self-destruction that's going to take place. Something's got to happen. Something's going to snap. Something's going to crack because he can't cope with it ultimately. So I came back to the story. I felt like I had cracked, pun intended, the mystery of it all. And Sasha said,
what a fucking great idea for a movie. They should make this movie.
I know. Every morning about 3:15 a.m. I wake up. So I tell this to Sasha, and he said, "Oh no, we can't go there." And look, Danny Sugarman says he was a sexual animal. I said, Danny Sugarman was licking stamps in the Doors office at that time. He was 13 years old. He didn't fuck him. How does he know? Right? And Anyway, this became an issue. So Sasha just said, look, I don't like this. If you pursue this, we're going to fire you off it. And I said, this is drama, Sasha. This is great. You can't make this shit up. This is so good. And so I was young and full of piss and vinegar enough to feel like that I was on a bit of a crusade. And I said, I'm going to pursue with this. So they flew me up and we met with Bill Graham. I remember Bill's attorney was sitting in on this, and he had been at a few meetings, and he very casually, we were sitting there having some lunch, and Nick, his attorney, says, hey, Bill, one of the things that Randall has uncovered is that Jim was chronically impotent. And Bill had this big, like, Subway sandwich in his cheek. I remember he's just chewing, and all of a sudden he just stopped. And he froze, and it was like one of those moments that I was telling you before, like I put my buff in my mouth again. And oh God, here it comes. And he just looks at me and he goes, are you fucking kidding me? And I said, yes, I am not kidding you. I said, who are these women? I said, I've got my sources. They're vetted by the doors. I can't reveal them to you because I want to guard. I said, I'm going to guard your privacy. But and this came out of all Rothschild. I didn't start it. This was not my idea. Rothschild's name, every time I invoked it, brought a level of gravitas to it.
I was going to say that should be enough for everybody, right?
It should be, and it was, but it did not sit well with Sasha. He had an issue in that. So long story short, I pushed forward. I argued. I said, Sasha, look, this is not without precedence. There was a movie called Bonnie and Clyde, in which some non-sexy geek named Warren Beatty plays a guy who's chronically impotent in the film. I said, the whole film is not going to be about a limp dick. It's still the Doors. It's still about so much more, but this is the Achilles heel of the Greek god. This is the big question mark. And we're right or wrong. I feel this is the stand we need to take for the movie, for it to work. Otherwise, Jen will forever be a mystery and no one will care nearly as much. Anyway, oh yeah, sure, whatever. So I pushed forward on it. I was bound legally. I could not show his parents in the film, except for the Indians on the highway scene at the beginning.
Okay.
I wrote in a draft at one point, a ghostly uniform of a naval admiral that would castigate him a lot about being of everything. And so there were some moments of that worked into my version of it all. It got pretty hallucinogenic at one time or another in the script. And but anyway, yeah, totally. And I delivered the drafts. I turned in the first was a work in progress draft, I think. And then I gave them 2 official drafts. And then Sasha took me to breakfast and promptly fired. He advised me to move to England to hang out with British playwrights because they really know how to write character. So I was there, executed, and left.
So Sasha is looking at the notion that this movie's not going to sell if Morrison has a limp dick, right? I mean, that's where it's got to come from. And not realizing that everyone is still going to want to fuck at the end of the movie because they've been listening to the Doors for 2 hours.
Right. It's still okay. And listen, and I had thought this offers a great opportunity for some very racy foreplay, right?
Totally.
Make it happen.
It could be as more debauched than what we ended up getting.
Totally. And it could be orgasmic, right? Yes. So that was it. I was cut loose, and it was hard to take, but I knew it was coming. And so I spent all of 1986 working on that. I still have I have about 25 hours of interviews with everyone. A good interview also was Babe Hill, one of Jim's cronies from the latter part. He wasn't part of the film school gang, but he was he had Jim's back.
Right.
Nobody knew how to get a hold of him. Robbie said, look out. I mean, I think the last time I saw him, he was shooting the rifle off of my balcony. He says, but we found him. It's actually Tom Rickman's secretary. We found out that he was in the Grips union. And so we called the Grip Depot down at MGM and talked to a guy named Moose. And Moose said, oh, yeah, Babe's around. Here's how I don't have a phone number for him, but here's what you do. You go to the backstage across the street from the studio at 4:00. He'll be in there every day. So I went down there and staked it out, and Babe comes in. Big guy, kind of a scary guy, big biker kind of thing. And I introduced myself, and he said, I don't want to talk to you. Yeah. And I said, well, I mean, Paul Rothschild suggested maybe we could or whatever. And then he said, well, buy me a whiskey. And I said, sure, I'll be. So
it's reasonable.
And so that started a whole thing. A lot of those guys talking again, because they were not talking anymore. So anyway,
after when a book comes out that slanders your friend, or like,
right.
Why would you?
Well, that's the whole thing. And then Frank Lisiandro and Paul Ferrara, we had friends in common or people that were urging us to talk, but Frank really avoided talking to me. Ferrara never was around, and there was a couple others that were still around too, but no, I couldn't get to them. And then by this point, by the way, I was supposed to take 2 weeks. It was after my first or second interview with Ray where I just said, oh, this is so much deeper and bigger. And so I spent all of the 86 writing it and working on it, interviewing people and everything like that. And then I was getting weird phone calls. I got a random phone call from an actor who is now a director, just calling me out of the blue. And I was trying to take a nap. I was in a siesta and the phone rings. I pick it up and hello, Randall Johnson. Yes. Hi, this is blah, blah, blah. And hi. He said, I hear you're writing the Doors movie. Well, I'm here to tell you, I'm the guy to play Jim Morrison.
Wow.
And I thought, well, look, I thanks for saying that. We'll keep you in mind, but it's not going to be my call. I'm just the scribe.
Do you know how this industry works? I'm the writer.
Called me later, tripping on acid, not the same day as like a couple of months later. And he was just higher than the kite. And said that Jim had come to him in a dream and said, had deemed him, anointed him to play. So anyway, they split up and they hired 2 other writers subsequent to me, and they started over. They threw out my drafts, and then those guys were hired and fired. And then it was now 1989. And three and a half years later it was. And
wow.
I was at a gig seeing my friend Michael C. Ford, who was a poet, who was a friend of Jim's. And Ray occasionally backed him up on piano. And he was performing at a place on Fairfax there. And I went in and there was Ray. He saw me and he says, you're going to get a call from Oliver Stone. Yeah, right. And he said, no, it's true. He said, he's on board now to direct a movie. And he came in last week and he said, I want to read. Well, he had requested to read all the previous drafts of the script. And so we gave him all the drafts. And then he came back and said, okay, I'm going to work off of Randall's. Who is this guy? I want to meet him. And sure enough, that happened. And
that's weird, right? I mean, you would think coming in, I wouldn't want to read anyone's draft. I'd be like, I'm writing this movie.
Right. But it's also, maybe it goes back to that thing we were talking about earlier about improvising. As Coltrane said, you can't improvise off of.
Right, yeah.
There's got to be some kind of structure there or whatever. And so, and that was the thing. I knew right from the get-go, well, as soon as I had found out about it, I got the transcript of when Jim went in to the studio and recorded all his poetry. It was his last birthday. And that really, really stuck to me. This guy's 27 years old and he's spending it now recording his poetry without the band, without any of the accoutrements. It's just him and the words, some cigarettes and a bottle of booze. What's that all about? I just felt like on some level, he's laying down his last will and testament. And then he had that piece called The Movie. The movie will begin in 5 minutes. The voiceless announced. And I thought that it's so obvious. You got to start it really with it. It's sort of on the nose, but But what I liked about this whole thing in reading the transcript, I felt that it was this kind of fractured, this mosaic-like commentary on his whole life. And in fact, I could find passages that would be really, really interesting. So we hear his voiceover throughout the thing. And then at the end of the movie, because it was a big issue, like, do we show his death? Where does it end? And I felt, look,
right there.
This is an LA story. I don't want to see him go over to Paris. I don't want to see any of that. It doesn't, to me, it doesn't, it's an LA story. He died. He went over there and he died. So the very end of the transcript, he's going back and forth with the engineer. And he said, basically, hey man, do you get all that stuff? Yeah, I think I got it. And he says, oh, cool. Let's go get a taco. And there are these photographs of Jim at this near Village Recorders at a place, I think it was called like Paco's or Pablo's or Paco's Tacos. And it was a Mexican restaurant that they used to go to a lot when they were down there recording. And there's a photo of him with like it's the large Jim, and
bearded,
but he's in there. He's got a plate of enchiladas and he's pouring up a beer. And God damn it, he looked really happy. And I said, that's how I want to end the movie. So when he says, let's go get a taco, that's what I want to have, as opposed to him dead in a bathtub.
%.
But Sasha didn't like this structure at all either. This was another thing of how he says, I don't like this. We need to see the rock and roll animal. I said, Sasha, this is the whole point. You see this guy coming in, and Rothschild said he was Orson Wellesian in girth at that point. I said, this is the thing. We're expecting the rock and roll animal, but instead in comes this guy who's not. It's the same guy, but it's not. Well, how did he get here? That's the story. That's what we're going to tell. And he wouldn't, no.
And he's telling it.
Yes. And he
come on, man.
In his own fractured way, trying to make sense of the madness. And so
there's very little that works in the Oliver Stone movie, but the one part that really does is having Jim Morrison, the structure of him in that last recording session. That's great.
Yeah.
And I felt when I was watching the movie, when he said, I'm glad you said it, because when he said, let's go get a taco, and like, I was like, oh, is that it? Is that it? And then no, we cut to.
It goes on. Totally. It almost has more endings than the Lord of the Rings. It's just like, come on, stop. The movie's over. And again, I go back, it's strange, funny, but forgive me for citing it again. Lawrence of Arabia. Lawrence left Arabia. He left World War I and he enlisted in the army again later on in the Royal Air Force under an assumed name. And he flew planes and he designed submarines and everything like that. But that's not the story.
Yeah, who cares?
Oh, who cares about that? So the movie ends when he failed. He failed. And now he's got to go back to England to live the lie. He can't be openly gay. He can't be an Arab. He's going back to England. What's there for him? And so that everyone can't wait to get rid of him. So my final scene is that, okay, he comes in, they're recording and they're mixing LA Woman. And he comes in and they're not really talking anymore. And he says, I'm going to Paris. And it's like, oh yeah, cool. And there's just nothing is said between them. And they just linger at the door, and Jim lingers at the door and then he walks out. And I have Ray's second thought going out, but he's gone by that point. And then we come back to the studio and then he wraps up that recording session and says,
you mean you didn't have a line where Robbie says, yeah, I felt like I was playing with Dionysus himself?
I did not write that.
Oh, no?
I could not.
I'm sorry. I watched it again last night.
I'll just pull that carpet back and let's look at all the things.
Oh, baby. When I saw this movie, I was 18. I fucking loved the movie. I thought it was fucking great. Okay. And there are parts of it that are. The performances, mostly Val Kilmer, obviously. Meg Ryan is terribly miscast. She shouldn't be in the movie. But visually, Robert Richardson doing his thing. You can't go wrong. That sort of candy coated version of the 1960s. I love that. That's fine. It's not in any way reality, but okay, we're not going to go with reality. But Oliver Stone's slavish devotion to Morrison is gross in places. To that scene alone made watching it again, I was like, what was I thinking liking this movie in any way? Where each of the doors in turn tells him how awesome he is before he leaves. Okay. Not only was that sort of egregious level of fan worship dialogue, but you and I on another podcast spoke about your film Dudes a little bit more in depth, and I felt in particular your treatment of the Native American myth and mythos in that film was very delicately and well handled, whereas the Native American, the way it's treated here in Oliver Stone's film is just kind of gross. It's like it reduces the entire population to just totemic kind of mystic things for white people to be inspired by. And worse than that, in this movie, it allows it allows Morrison off the hook for all of his poor behavior without examining why he actually would be doing any of it.
That is very cogently stated, and you're spot on. I couldn't agree more. So
I'm not asking you to trash the movie. I mean, I know that there's a delicacy involved here, but what I am asking is, like, given what you had just written, and given your treatment of Morrison and The Doors, to go see this movie must have been like, what in the fuck is happening here? Why are the Native Americans jumping into? I don't know. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So you're absolutely right. I met Stone, and his first question to me was, so what about this impotency thing? Oh, I said, I've got my sources. And he said, well, who are they? And I said, I can't tell you. And he said, why not? I said, because I had to track them down myself, man. And they trusted me.
Right.
And I'm guarding their privacy, but they were vetted by the Doors. And I've said, I suspect it is accurate. And I believe it's very, very confident. And it again invoked Rothschild. And then he said, well, Danny Sugarman says this, and Danny Sugarman had become Oliver's lapdog at this point when he was aboard. And so, which was already then starting to put fissures into the alliance of everyone wanting to make a good movie about them, because now it was like, oh, Danny Sugarman's into the process, and Corky and Pamela's parents were like, they controlled the notebooks. Now they had seen part of the script, or were going to be, and they didn't want Jim's poetry in it anymore. And they were trying to, it got very, very difficult. But anyway, going back to Stone, he said, well, and quite frankly, I didn't know where I fit into the equation. Is he asking me to collaborate with him? Does he want me to do another draft or any of this? And I wouldn't play ball. And it wasn't like I was being an asshole. I was just guarded and being honest with about it. So our meeting literally lasted like 20 minutes, half hour. And he asked me a few more questions. And this, I mean, my favorite thing, I think, was the Indians on the highway, because that's always the question that we get. And see, Stone didn't, I don't think he interviewed his parents. I was the first, as far as I know, the first sort of journalist, if you call it that, to interview his parents that they'd ever granted interviews with.
The people who are actually there, the eyewitnesses.
Yeah, the eyewitness. And this yielded some really interesting things, but I met them. They came up from San Diego, and I met them in their attorney's office. I wasn't allowed to tape them, but I took a lot of notes, and the Admiral was there the whole time, and he would do all the nodding necessary and say, yeah, he would chime in here and there, but Clara, his mom, did most of the talk. And I was warned the other Doors is that Clara wears the pants. Most of the time, the Admiral's out fighting in Vietnam with the commanding the fleet out there in the Gulf of Tonkin. But that same pattern apparently carried over into retirement or whatever. And they were very nice, but I warmed them up. My dad was Marine, World War II, and I grew up in the San Diego area, so we had some. They warmed up a bit. So one of the things, though, and I said, look, I know I'm not allowed to portray you in the movie, but except for this one moment, the so-called Indians on the Highway story. Yeah, I said, what can you remember about that? And Clara just says, oh, we were with Jim's grandparents were with us, and Jim and his sister were in the back, and we were driving. We were in the desert, somewhere in New Mexico, Arizona, or whatever, and we came across. We had to slow down. There was a truck by the side of the road, but it wasn't crashed. There weren't people dead and dying all over the place, but we had to slow down. And I remember she said, when we slowed down or stopped even for a moment, there was something that was eerie about it, which was that there was a group of Native Americans standing by the truck or off into the side there, and they were standing over something or someone. And she said it's possible somebody of stature was dying or something like that, but it wasn't obvious. But the eerie thing about it, she said, is they were all keening. They're all. So there could have been a ceremonial thing going on there or what. But she said to a boy who was about 3, 4, or 5 years old at that time, it could have seemed very scary or eerie or supernatural or whatever. So she pauses, and then she looks at me and she says, little Jimmy had a tendency to embellish. It's like, I think that there's just like, thank you, God, but it's so good. That is so good. Little Jimmy has a tendency to. And you know what it circles back to? He's a fucking storyteller. He's an Irish fucking storyteller and poet, and he loves pulling people's legs and telling them the fanciful stuff. And it's great. So in my script, yes, it is a moment. And yes, it is something that haunts him.
As it would. I mean, honestly, that would be formative to anyone.
But it wasn't that the whole sort of thing that Oliver made it into, but I never had, I only had him tell the story. And he was telling it to the other guys because they had just taken a bunch of acid. And they were in a limo on the way to a gig, I think. And he's reveling in the storytelling. And Densmore gets really kind of wigged out by it. So I had it then that we go to the concert, and in the they're up on stage, and now they're all tripping as they're playing. And I had it that Ray starts vamping on the keyboard or something. And all of a sudden, he just hears this horrific screech, and he looks up. And it's not Jim at the microphone. It's some thing in furs and feathers, just, doing some kind of crazy voicing something. Each one of them all starts seeing it. And then that's it. Boom. And then we never see the shaman throughout this. I never wanted that, except for just that moment when it was sort of hallucinogenically planted on there ahead of time.
Which that's all it really deserves. It wasn't like Morrison was constantly hammering on this Native American connection he had or anything like about it because of one line in a poem. I mean,
yeah. And there was one thing that I did write it. I think it was in a draft at one point. It may have been cut from the ones I finally delivered. But when they went back to New York and they were at the factory, and we have the Velvet Underground music and all that stuff playing. I had this. There was a bit where Jim had gone to see the Living Theater, and I was looking at photographs of the Living Theater in some performance, but the whole cast of the Living Theater is laying prone on the stage, and there's only a one source of light from the side. They're all naked except for loincloths practically or whatever. And they're just laying there. I don't know what from what show it was or whatever, but it was definitely one that Jim had seen. And I was so struck by that photograph because, oh my God, it's the Indians on the highway. Oh, yeah. So Jim had maybe gone to see that performance and like, oh, and then he just kind of it's what an artist does. He pulls in from things all over the place. So that stuck with me. And so into the script I wrote that, okay, the party starts fading out and he goes later and later and later in the night. And Jim is like the last one there practically. Everybody else is either down for the count or whatever. The other doors have left. And he's like the last man standing and he sees the sunrise in New York and he looks back through a window and he looks back in the factory and everybody's on the floor out. But I changed it though, that when he looks again, they're all the dead Indians that, but that was it. That was it. I didn't want anything more. I didn't want to get heavy handed with it. Oliver's not a subtle guy.
So in your script, basically what we get is a man driven by this, the sort of irony that he's the sort of embodiment of sex and yet can't have sex himself. And yet we see him construct this image of himself that feeds that by taking parts of his own past and mythologizing it instead of, hey, that mythology he created, here it is in a 2-hour movie.
Right.
Which is what we ended up getting as far as
whether Jim really believed it happened or not. The point is he would tell it as a storyteller, right? Because he was an entertainer. Come on, just like it's nothing more like he's got presence. He knows it. Get some drinks in him. He'll start spinning yarns like crazy.
It doesn't matter if he believed it or not. The third time he tells that tale, it's true.
That's right. There you go. So, yeah, I mean, look, I can't say that my draft was perfect and it was, so insightful and all of that. I was really young. I was 27 years old. I was the same age as Jim. That's when I wrote that. But I felt like I was on the track. Right. And so when I saw the film for the first time, and I was never, so it had, let me just back. My meeting with Stone, I left Stone, where we wrapped it up, and he said, look, I'm going to go, thanks for coming by. I'm going to go and do my draft and then make the movie. But your draft has inspired me a great deal. And he said, when it's all said and done, I think the Writers Guild will be very good to you, which is a kind of a left-handed compliment that we'll be sharing or implying that should be sharing credit.
Right. Okay. Yeah. The Writers Guild's going to be very good too. That can only be credit.
Yeah. But the Guild determines credit sometimes. The writers or the producers don't, or any of that. Okay. So he goes and makes the movie. I hear various things. I was never invited to set or any of that and stuff. And off he goes. And then the script comes back as soon as principal photography is done. And I look at it. This is Writers Guild protocol. And I look at it and it says The Doors, not when the music's over, that's fine. Written by Oliver Stone. Oh, well, I said, okay. So he rewrote me. So I open it up and it's like, well, shit, this is mine. I made the choice to start the movie and to build the whole thing, the whole structure around Jim's recording of his last birthday.
Yeah.
And it's like to start going through it. Well, I said, well, shit, this is mine. Yeah. And it's like, so I had to chime in to say, when you start adding it all up, there's a shit ton of my stuff in this thing. And so I protested that decision and so it went into an arbitration, and then the Guild ruled in my favor, and Stone wasn't happy about it. And so he was going to fight it. And then it came down to where we had to go back to the Writers Guild and be interviewed by like a tribunal of established writers who had read all of the drafts and wanted to interview us separately firsthand. But when I showed up at the Guild, this woman, I can still see her coming down the stairs of the Writers Guild. She comes down and pulls me over, and she says, Mr. Stone's withdrawn his protest. Credit stands. And he was pissed because Writers Guild protocol is the writer. Well, it's basically it's chronological order. So I was the first writer on. So I'm in first position. So it's written by J. Randall Johnson and Oliver Stone.
Oh, and he would have preferred other.
Yeah. And so Sasha was hanging out there at that time too. And he just said, right before I went in, he's out by the parking meters waiting for me to show up. I said, Sasha, what are you doing here? And he said, I had to come down here and give Oliver my support. Oh, okay. Well, that's great. I guess it's my turn now. I'm going in. Okay, go in. And the woman comes down, tells me it's the credit stands. I come back out and I go, so you knew? I said, yeah, I knew. Why didn't you tell me? Well, he said it wasn't for me to tell. Okay. And I said, well, okay, I guess that's it. I'll see you later. And my agency was just right down the block. And so I was making a U-turn and heading down there to tell my agent.
Yeah. Right.
And I'm like ready. And I'm like 10 steps away. And then I hear, Randall is from A Clean Getaway, right?
Right.
And Sasha's beckoning me back, and I go back. And I go, what? And he said, I want you to consider something. Switching positions with Oliver. And I said, Sasha, why would I do that? Because if you do that, you will have a friend in life with Oliver. And I had to fake it. I said, oh, geez, Sasha, that's a really tough decision. I don't think I can make that right now. I really have to think about this. He said, yes, go take some time, go save some time. And I just turned around and ran away.
Yeah.
It's like, fuck no. So anyway, I don't harbor any negativity. In some ways, I feel that Oliver was the only guy who could make that movie at that time. Okay.
On that scale, definitely.
And debauchery, yes. Drugs, yes. There are points in it that I really, really like. I like a lot of the stuff in the desert, all that gets over the top. I wrote this. This was another thing why I felt like I deserved the credit, because I put in their songs in almost exactly every spot that they were used.
That's another thing that works.
Yeah. So when they do Not to Touch the Earth and things are in a rapid just spiral.
By the way, that is my favorite sequence in the movie, the Not to Touch the Earth sequence.
Yeah. And where it's just like, oh, this is like Nuremberg. This is like just something. It's just the cult of personality, everything just all getting so debauched and so wrong and all that. I liked how he brought that alive. I thought that was really cool. That had a lot of impact. But I agree with you. I felt Meg was just grossly miscast. She was lost in it. She didn't know. She didn't have a handle on Pamela. And just a lot of things. So I go and see it. I was never invited to a screening, a cast screening or anything like this. The first time I saw it, I was invited. Well, it was by my friend Rich Linnell, who was the assistant manager to Bill Simmons. And Rich and I are still very good friends. He managed the Doors after Bill and after Jim died. He got me into a press screening. So we went down, and I don't know where it was. It's, I think done at Sony Studios now or whatever. And I watched it, and I was just sort of gobsmacked or whatever you want to call it. I was just, Jesus, who's the bald guy? Where did he come from?
Who is the bald guy?
Oh my God. And then it's like, what the fuck? And I got really depressed because I felt like if at least one of the consistent things about this guy was smartest guy I ever met and never saw him without a book in his hand. He was always fucking reading. And I thought if Oliver would have just fucking subbed out Finnegan's Wake or substituted that instead of a fifth of Bushmills or whatever whiskey he was wasting around, and just once we could just see him once reading alone or writing, doing all of that, we would have so much of a more positive impression of him. Instead, it's just like, it just feels empty. I find it hard to watch at times. So
Yeah, it's crazy because it's such a good performance by Val Kilmer of that character as written, and the performance stuff is just it's really good.
Yeah.
But the characterization of Morrison just cheapens Morrison. And you know what? You mentioned that your script is called When the Music's Over, and he called his The Doors, but it's not about the Doors at all. Like,
well, that's it. I never felt it was.
and you were calling it right. Like, it's felt like a cheat to me because I, as a moviegoer, was like, oh, I'm gonna find out the story of the Doors here. Nope.
Yeah. Well, anyway, again, not to say that I had it all figured out, not to say that but it would have been a different movie. I heard Robbie Krieger actually somebody sent me a link to it. He was on some podcast, paid a very nice compliment to me. They were asking about the movie and he was, he said, we have a really good first draft from Randall Johnson. And he said, you should try to find that, to read that, because he said it would have been a better movie. It's just, Robbie's very soft spoken, but in Robbie's way, that's a huge compliment. And I really appreciate that, but it is what it is. It's still made a huge, I still get people asking me about it all the time. I'm starting to feel like I'm Ray Manzarek now. I'm telling the same story over and over again.
Oh, you'll never be like Ray. Come on. You're not fanatical about it.
No, I'm not. No, you
ever read Ray's book about Jim, like showing up in the swamp, but it's not Jim? Did you read that thing?
I bought it. I read it.
Oh, it's a trip.
What is it? Is it the, I think oh God,
I don't remember the name. I read it when it came out. I was so delighted.
Poet in Exile? I think there was
Oh man. But it's like you said though about Ray, like he was out there producing X, like he was doing great work on the side.
Great work. And and as long as we didn't talk about the Doors, we talked about all sorts of stuff, movies and music and all that shit. And I really liked him. I just felt like he's not going to come clean. He probably knows a shit ton more, but he's never going to come clean.
Isn't that the sad thing? Like he's the one who probably could have told you everything, but he was sort of hung up on that narrative.
Might have, but I'm not convinced that either. This was a very intimate, very private conflict that Jim had. And I think he only entrusted certainly women or Rothschild, because the other guys were in a sense sort of antagonists to him, even though he and Ray were like brothers, but brothers fight. And Ray was much older and a few years older, and rather professorial. And Rothschild said, if you want to know who the real Door was amongst them, he said it was Robbie. I said, really? He said, Robbie was the sexual experimenter. Robbie took more drugs probably than Jim. Robbie did a lot of really crazy, interesting things, but nobody talks about that. And Ray likes to think he's avant-garde. Ray likes to think he does all this, but he said, at the end of the day, Ray goes home and watches a basketball game and drinks a beer. Yeah. Oh, yeah, which is like, hey, that's pretty much what I do too. Now, I can't say that's any different, really. But if you're Jim and Ray's kind of putting like, no, we're not doing that or whatever, you're going to rebel against it.
Oh, yeah.
And you're going to fight that. So there was a parental figure in Ray that I think that he just naturally was always going to chafe against.
2 more questions about Ray. Kyle MacLachlan's performance. What'd you think?
Oh, I loved it, actually. I thought he was great. And I have a little skin in that game, and I'll tell you why. So remember, I was telling you I was written the script about Nikola Tesla, right?
Yes.
Okay. When I was finished that, and immediately had to start on Tales from the Crypt. So the producer of that was a guy named Keith Addis, and Keith had brought the project to Warner Brothers, and it was intended to be a David Lynch production. And because he also managed David Lynch. And wow, that's pretty cool. And Jeff Goldblum was maybe going to play Tesla and everything like that. And that's a whole.
My God, come on now.
That was really great. But at one point, then Lynch dropped out. He had to drop out because he got some show called Twin Peaks weeks or something. And he had to go off and take that.
Never heard from again.
Never heard from again. I've always wondered. But I was invited to an early sneak preview of Twin Peaks, I think the pilot episode, and some of those guys.
Man.
That was pretty fun. Nobody knew what it was going to be. I found it really disturbing. Or the first, I was like, I was creeped out by it. So anyway, then once I got the door,
You're up there. You're in the country.
Yeah.
Over the Snoqualmie Falls.
Oh, I know. I've been up there. I've been down to all that. It's great.
Me too. Dude. I went and got the pie.
Yeah. Oh, I know. We went up there. I turned my daughter on to the whole thing. We went up there with her, and it's just, it's so much fun. Anyhow, so once the movie was coming or was going to go into production, I get a call from Keith Addis on this, and he said, "Hey, will you do me a favor?" I said, "Sure." Kyle MacLachlan is coming in, wants to read for Ray. Will you give him a lesson on Ray Manzarek? And I said, "Sure." Okay, well, fine. I'll send him over. So Kyle came over to my place in Westwood, and I had I loaned him a bunch of videotapes of documentaries about the Doors and stuff like that. Remember, all this stuff, there's no YouTube or nothing that you couldn't do it. So you had to find, and so I had a collection of all this stuff. I said, "Kyle, you can go here and this," but we talked a little bit about his character and this and that. And so he took off. Obviously, he got the part. He brought the stuff back to me. I remember he pulled up in my driveway in his Jeep, and he was going out with Lara Flynn Boyle. She was sitting on in the passenger seat. Out there, he just dropped him off and and off he goes. I never saw him again until I moved up here, because he's from up here, Seattle, and he was in an episode of Portlandia.
Oh yeah, the mayor. He's so good.
The mayor. Yeah. And he was there in his Boy Scout outfit and everything else. And I knew the DP on the series, and we were big fans. And so I took my daughter and we went down there, and we were on that set for a while. And so I saw Kyle, and it's like, oh shit, while they were filming. And then when they were done, I got his attention. I pulled him over. I said, "Hey, I don't know if you remember me," but I said, "Oh shit." We started talking. He's the nicest guy. One of the best people in the business, just super down to earth and very smart and humble. Really, really, really nice. But I thought he did a magnificent job. I thought he nailed it. Not a lot of people would have. Actually, I think I felt all four Doors were cast really well. Frank was really captured Robbie pretty well. And Densmore was
Kevin Dillon.
Yeah, Kevin Dillon. Yeah.
Who's one of my favorite moments in the film I think it's the Miami concert when he's drumming and looking at Morrison, and he's smacking the cymbals so hard, just as a fuck you. And it's all Kevin Dillon, and Densmore had that intensity. So I loved that. But he was Dillon also got that soft side of Densmore, which is 100% part of him as well.
Yeah, exactly. So look, it's a flawed movie. There's no doubt about it in my mind. People love it. People seem to, and I smile and say, "Hey, thanks a lot." It's really great. And I'm very proud to be associated with it. It's not like I want my name taken off of it or anything. I feel like I did contribute a lot to its architecture. Stone rewrote a shit ton of my dialogue, but there's about, I don't know, 80% or so, but there's still a lot of my stuff in there, in dialogue wise, but structurally, the approach to it, very much mine. What didn't, I just had nothing to do with the bald guy. And the other thing, everybody, Stone, all these guys, they were oh, Jim was way into death. Look, that's bullshit, man. I don't think he was into death. I think he was just the opposite. He was into life. He liked larger than life characters. He liked Max Fink, his attorney, who was a larger than life guy. It was a Hemingway kind of figure. I think Jim really liked those people. Those were the kind of people he wanted to be around. He wasn't like always life sucks or anything. It got bad for him. And I'm not saying that he didn't maybe have some sort of chronic depression issues or whatever. He was intensely creative. And that's why I also think he's deader than a doornail, because there would be no way you would keep somebody that creative down for that long. He
would have popped up somewhere.
Yeah, totally. Whether it's the Seychelles or not, like don't talk about.
Here's the other thing I wanted to mention about Ray, or discuss with you, or get your opinion on. This is a joke a friend of mine have been telling since we saw the movie, because Ray sort of famously cut contact with Stone very early into production, didn't want to have anything to do with the movie. And if you notice when you watch the movie, there are a lot of times where characters are telling Ray to fuck off. In fact, in the Thanksgiving scene, the camera swings from one character to another with a character going, fuck you, Ray. And then the camera pans over to Billy Idol going, yeah, fuck you, Ray. And all I can think is that's Oliver Stone.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's probably right. You know, I have no comment on that because I just don't know. I don't
right.
know.
No. I just thought it was funny that
yeah. And look, Stone probably didn't approach Ray with the proper kiss the ring. Ray liked being regarded as the elder statesman, the person to talk to. And the Doors being as popular as they are into the next generation and beyond can probably be attributed simply to Ray, because he was the one that kept the flags going. He kept up the myth, the mythology. He kept up he was the keeper of the faith. You know?
That's kind of what I love about him. He became kind of a joke publicly, that persona, the Jim Morrison acolyte persona. But we're still listening to the Doors because he kept banging that drum and he kept showing up on every talk show and going, Jim Morrison was a shaman, I tell you. And everyone was going, yeah, okay. That's right. I did like the Doors. I'm going to go listen to them again.
Yeah. And you're absolutely right. You know, so, you know, we're all faulted. We're all perfect and all this. And so I just think that Ray probably really clashed with Oliver at a certain point because Oliver wouldn't listen to him maybe anymore.
Yeah. One gets the sense that Ray wanted to make a movie himself.
Oh yeah. Well, that's what happened. And subsequently, one of the subsequent drafts after they fired me, they cleaned the slate. They started from scratch. And I read one of those because I had to for the arbitration. And it was like the Ray Manzarek story. It was like Ray and Jim. Whoa.
So did he write it himself, or do you think a subsequent writer really listened to Ray?
I think a subsequent writer really listened to Ray. Oh, there was, I'll tell you, I know that this reminds me of something now. So Sasha came to me long after I'd been fired and said, I want your tapes of all the interviews you conducted. And I said, why? He said, well, because the new writer has pissed off Ray. Ray won't talk to him. And I said, well, what an idiot. Don't you know the Ray's like the linchpin to this whole thing? I mean, you piss off Ray and it's done. I'm not going to give you my tapes that I sweated blood for. And I went out of my way and I said, why doesn't Stone do it? And he said, well, Oliver's really square when it comes to music. He doesn't know. He was in Vietnam the whole time. He was killing people instead of being what was going on around rock and roll. You understand rock and roll better. And I was like, then hire me back. We'll do that. And so, but I remember so at least a subsequent writer pissed off Ray and would play ball with him. But then it had therefore no research to fall back on. But I'm sure that Ray probably got pissed at Danny because Danny switched loyalties in a sense and started fawning all over Oliver. Because before then, Danny and Ray were very, very tight. So this is all speculation and I don't fucking care. I mean,
you know what, man? Ultimately, you got to hang out with the Doors and
I did. And that was a privilege and it was a great experience. I wouldn't trade it for anything. And even in the day the film opened, I went to see it in Century City. Remember those big theaters that they had there? So it opened there this would be the second time I'd seen it because they snuck me into the press conference, right? Or the press screening. So now I was going to see it in front of a huge audience, which was a little gut wrenching. All my a bunch of friends there, and I was dating someone at the time, and I was waiting for her. She was a little late, so I'm standing out front, waiting for her, and she comes in, and it's getting really close to start time. So we go in, and we're going down to our seats, and Mike, my roommate, comes running up, the one whose girlfriend had started the whole thing. Mike Petzold,
That guy.
He comes up and he says, "Stone's here." I said, "Fuck, I'm not surprised. He's probably in the booth right now, splicing together a couple more shots or making some trims." And
Gotta get more Indians in this.
he goes, "Aren't you going to talk to him?" And I looked at him. I said, "Mike, what the fuck am I going to talk to him about? All the good times we have, stuff like that." And he said, "Well," so I go down, I sit down, and I'm sitting there stewing for a minute. And then I thought, fuck, you only go around once. Let's see what. So I had to excuse myself from my date at the moment. I'll be back. And I go to the back of the theater, and there's Oliver. And he's surrounded by a whole bunch of like sycophants and talking. He doesn't look too good. It looks like he's on the end of a kind of a bender. And I walk over. I wait for everybody to drift away. And then there was this usher who was acting as his bodyguard there, a little weeby guy, turned around to me and he says, "Can I help you?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm going to talk to Mr. Stone." Oh, I go over to him and he goes, "Hey." And I go, "Hey." Awkward pause. I said, "Do you remember me?" "No." I said, "I'm Randall Johnson." "No, still not ringing any bells." "I'm your co-writer." "Oh. Dude," and he gave me this big kind of bear hug, slaps me on the back, and he gestures out to the audience. He said, "The critics are fucking us, man." Yeah.
Us?
This is like, I was just going, thank you, God, for this moment. This is so Hollywood. This is so classic. What a great ending to this story. I couldn't believe it. It was just so delicious. So delicious. So he said, the critics need, and he gestured to that. He said, they need to see the movie with the people. And like, oh, wow. Yeah. So there's all the people and stuff. So I said, goodbye, whatever. I've run into him two or three times subsequently over the years. Never happy to see me.
Oh, no, I would have been.
Who it was.
The guy who wrote that script that he tried to put his name on.
But yeah, let's go get a taco, shall we?
Yeah, man. Oh, and that is the end of the movie. Like, I don't care whatever happened to the that framing device was so fucking good. And that's every time I watch it, that's what I marvel at. And obviously some of the visuals and the performances and stuff, but like,
well, looking at one of the paper drafts that I resurrected from my crypt down there, I had a shit ton of poetry all throughout it. And this was before it all got published. So the Corsons gave me a bunch. And I mean, I was incredibly pleased with how apropos so many of the passages were. The musings.
You said it was like right on the nose, the movie thing, but like, this is the guy narrating the movie about his life to us. Who cares if it's on the nose? God damn it. Like, it's perfect.
Totally. And that was it. And so, and then apparently he pissed off the Corsons. Stone did.
Yeah.
Stopped a lot of people. And so they withdrew their participation and somehow and a lot, they had to strip a lot of those passages out of the movie, which was a drag. One more thing I wanted to bring up about Jim's challenges in the bedroom. After I really got this confirmed by the two women who spoke to me, because my God, he made it known and nobody's paid attention to him. American Prayer.
Oh, right.
Lament for my cock.
You know what's funny, Mr. Johnson? That as soon as you brought up that you had spoken to people who brought this theory out, or Rothschild said it to you, I thought Lament for my cock. And the idea that like Oliver Stone called you and was like, this can't be true. Is this true?
Well, it was, Stone asked me about it.
Right.
He wasn't questioning. That was his first question to me as soon as we sat down. What about this?
But it just seems like that's the thing, that all the possibilities, and that's what you're honing in on or homing in on.
Yeah. So I had a couple of scenes, 2 or 3 scenes of him at Olivia's Cafe, which was a soul food restaurant. And that's what the Soul
Kitchen
was all about. And I'm sorry, those scenes didn't make it into the movie. Again, another thing. And that's where I did show Jim writing. He would go in there with a notebook and write. And the woman who ran that, Ray told me, was an old black woman from the South. And Jim, being a Southern boy, a Florida boy, probably had a lot to talk to her about. I felt very comfortable.
I imagine you had some scenes in your script where Jim Morrison spoke like a human being and not like what always worries me in any sort of musical biography is that we're going to get a character who's reciting their lyrics as dialogue. And like Jesus in any biblical movie, like Jesus just speaks in aphorisms. Like, what?
Yes. It's real. I was really afraid of that. But I'll tell you, when I got the job, that was the most intimidating side of it, at least at the start, which was how do I make him sound? What does he talk about? There's been so many things that have come out now, recorded interviews with him. And I said, God, if I had just had some of that, it would have been so helpful. But what broke through for me was the Soul Kitchen. He went to Olivia's and I just said, I got to start somewhere. And I wrote a moment of him coming in. It's late at night. No one's there. Olivia's just there. Hey, Jim. Hey, Olivia. How you doing? Okay. What's good tonight? Well, I got this. Well, that sounds good. And she said, you look a little skinny. I can make you a little more or something. And it just like, I got him talking about just food, just shooting the shit a little bit. And
like a human being would.
A human being would. Yeah.
It's an ultimately a drag because I think Morrison, the image of him that has been portrayed and keeps and was continued to be portrayed by the movie, like is easily deridable, particularly for my generation. Like the sort of road to excess led nowhere, and we all know that. So sort of laying or heaping praise on that lifestyle still, which is what I think Stone's movie did. Like, not that there's anything, look, I don't have a problem with anyone's lifestyle, but it was a fake, like what Morrison like had sort of spouted about, like any mythology about himself that Stone sort of regurgitated and made real is a joke to everybody. So it ends up being a failure. Am I just ranting now? I think I'm just ranting, Mr. Johnson.
No, please, Randall, please. No, you're not. And you're saying, I hear it.
It's a weird thing to focus on in the film, like particularly when it's Oliver Stone. You figure this guy is like looking for truth here, like he's exposing the government and stuff. But like this one topic, he just couldn't get past the fan worship.
Well, earlier I had said something about the truth and how it's all getting lost, or I don't know quite the context for it, but that was the case ultimately when Sasha put the hooks into me and just said, you have got to start writing and not research anymore. You've got to start writing this script. Okay. And I just had to take a stand. And I realized though, through this whole process that there is no ultimate truth. It's everything's filtered. Everything's gone and edited by someone's personal experience and all that. My job though was I wanted to find the truth, but I just realized it was going to be impossible. No one will ever know a lot of the stuff. But I found things that I felt were truthful. They weren't the truth necessarily, but they were truthful to what he was and to what he was about based upon the research and the interviews and everything that I did. And so that's what I wanted to, if for nothing else, okay, I wanted it to be, at least a portrait of a guy who was fucking smart, too smart for his own good, who was thrust into a situation, found himself into a situation that was fun at first, and then it just got real awful, but then couldn't square it with who he really was. I mean, the overused thing of his authentic self. And you just can't, that was impossible. You couldn't do it at that day and time, right? You don't really, we were still a few years away from Elton John and a lot of, and I'm not saying Jim was gay. I'm not sure what Jim was, but he was maybe what we would call non-binary today, maybe. I don't know. But
and you know what? I think if you were to make the movie today, nobody would have a problem with that interpretation of him either. Like
No,
that sort of fluid sex. I mean, I think culturally now today we can accept it, but in '89, I think even you and I or any Doors fan would have been like, of course he's fluid sexually. He's never mind the fact that he can't get it up to begin with.
Right.
What a delightful irony at the fucking heart of that.
The gal said, she said, yeah. He said, so I remember he took this peanut butter sandwich and he just spread it all over my wall. I said, oh my God, that's so good. That's such a great moment. But what's he working out? What is that? Smearing the peanut butter all over a bedroom wall. You know, what? Wow. There have been subsequently some books. I haven't written, I should have written a book probably based on all the interviews that had done. But I was too burned out. I didn't want to go there. But there's been so much stuff. I don't know if this is really in the zeitgeist now with him or not. I've talked about this enough at times that maybe it is. But there's still people that don't believe it. You know, fuck it. I don't care. I didn't know the guy. There are people that did know him who I trust.
Yeah.
Has skin in the game, and they confirmed it.
Right. So if you're going to go watch a movie about it, you might want to know this because it's actually happened. My favorite review of all time, I gotta say, Randall. I forget his name. There was a Doors documentary maybe 10 years ago, 12 years ago. And a review I read said, for serious Doors fans only. And I went, who the fuck else is going to see this Doors documentary theatrically? Like, for Doors fans only, you don't say.
That's really good. That's really good. I think probably Jim's just cracking up about a lot of this stuff, man. It's just, I think he had a real impish sense of humor. There was a prankster in him.
And there's none of that in the movie. I mean, there's a couple of shades of it, but that you can see in just backstage footage without sound how mischievous he was. So, like, yeah, he's pretty. Yeah, he writes poetry, but you got to have a conversation with a guy. Yeah. He wouldn't be able to get through life with just spouting poetry.
Oh, kidding. Oh, my God.
At some point, he filled out an application to get into fucking college, Oliver.
Oh,
and it wasn't death driving him to do it.
Hey, this was great. I heard
oh, good.
It was a great in-depth conversation, a deep dive in all this. And thanks for doing your homework and all that. It was a lot of fun.
Why aren't you talking to Porritt no more?
Colin? That wouldn't be a sin now, would it, Father?
No, but it's not very nice either.
From writer-director Martin McDonagh, Banshees is hilariously dark.
Why does he not want to be friends with you no more? What is he, 12?
Colin Farrell and Brendan Gleeson are one of the all-time great on-screen pairings.
There's two of us in this.
No, there isn't.
It takes two to tango. I don't want to tango.
You danced with your dog.
The Banshees of Inisherin, rated R.
How to hide out in Bruges.
Where's that?
It's in Belgium.
Blend in with the tourists.
Been to the top of the tower?
Well, you lot ain't going up there.
What exactly are you trying to say?
They're a bunch of elephants.
Conceal your identity.
Blakely?
Yes. No, Mr. Cranham. No. Yes, Mr. Blakely. Yes.
And stick to your getaway plan.
I'm going to go back to my room, see if I can escape.
Okay, on a count of 1, 2, 3, go.
Who says it?
Oh, you say it.
1, 2, 3, go!
In Bruges.
What is your name? Derek, Pearl, Lurl.
Rated R.
That's right. On the next Culture Cast, we're going to be talking about the Banshees of Inisherin and In Bruges.
Is that me? I think I'm on that.
That's me and you. That's going to be the last episode of September, airing on the last day of the month, which is next Monday. I normally put out episodes on Tuesday and Wednesday, but I'm going to be putting it out on Monday because this month felt like a short month. And I don't really feel like getting October started super early, and we still have that episode. Those might be the two standouts of the month that we forgot about because we recorded it like 8 months ago. I think we recorded it last year. Or was it? It was this year, I think. It's like the last 6 months.
I don't remember doing it. I mean, I remember doing it, but I don't remember when. I think it was this year.
Yeah. But Father Malone and I already did that episode, so you can hear that next week. Until then, HP, where can people find you and the things that you work on? What do you keep yourself busy with in the world of audio?
All right. Well, you can find me also on the Weirding Way Network. I do a podcast with Father Malone called Night Mr. Walters, a taxi podcast. That comes out about every other Wednesday. And you can also visit my Bandcamp page, hpmusicplace.bandcamp.com. That's where you can find me.
What about you, Father Malone?
Same network. Check out my show, Midnight Viewing. It is podcasts on twice a week, Mondays and Fridays. Mondays is a weekly streaming roundup show, a little freeform. And Fridays alternate between Anthologies Attack, where Antonio Lapore and I check out anthology films of every genre. And that alternates with the horror anthology podcast, which Chris and I do with Mike White. We're currently looking at the television series Tales from the Dark Side.
And if you're listening to this show, you know where to get it. And if you're not listening to this show, I don't know how I'm reaching you, but hey, this is fucking
ghosts, the spirits of the Indians.
If you're hearing this, I'm not the voice in your head, I promise. Going over to weirdingwaymedia.com for all of the audio diversions that I participate in, be it the Culture Cast, Weirding Way Media. I've never been asked to be on Night Mr. Walters because everybody knows how much I am not into Judd Hirsch and his comedic stylings. I find him to be reprehensible as a human being, frankly. I'm kidding. Wouldn't it be weird for someone to dislike Judd Hirsch for no reason?
Yeah, that weirded me out. You were saying that. I'm like, wow, we found somebody who doesn't like Judd Hirsch. It's fucking kind of monumental.
Yeah, right. Like of all the people to dislike on that show. But you can find me at Weirding Way Media. So like, rate, and review this show on iTunes, please. Nowhere else is going to be as helpful as on iTunes. And if you're not a Patreon supporter yet, $5 gets you access to bonus episodes, which this month was/is Martin. And next month is going to be, I don't know, something Halloween or spooky themed, I'm sure. But $10 a month gets you access to Rankin' on Bond, which once a month we sit and talk about James Bond, the aforementioned Mike White, and Richard Haddam of Richard Haddam's Paranormal Bookshelf, not of Weirding Way Media as well. That's where you can find us. That's where you can find me. That's where you can find the things that we work on. Father Malone, thank you so much for programming the month. It has been a joy and a pleasure as always. Not enough Elvis movies, unfortunately. I mean, not enough singing and dancing and Creole love and whatever the fuck that month was that year.
Listen, don't speak ill of the king.
I'm not speaking ill of the king. I'm just speaking ill of the king in movies.
Listen, don't speak ill of King Creole.
That was probably the best movie that month, frankly.
That's legitimately a great movie.
It is. I don't remember the titles of the ones that weren't good is probably the problem. Blue Hawaii? No, we didn't watch that one.
No, I wouldn't put Blue Hawaii. I don't like that movie. Fun in Acapulco. You probably didn't like Fun in Acapulco. Even that's the best sort of fun Elvis movie.
Well, the fun's in the title.
Yeah, man. Tells you right up front.
You know exactly what you're getting yourself into. And HP, thank you so much for joining us. This was you were a late addition to the episode, but I'm glad you were, given your font of knowledge with the Doors and obviously love of the Doors as well. So thank you so much for joining us.
No, I appreciate the invite. Thank you so much. I had fun.
And as always, we'll catch you on the next episode.